Ooh. 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 Ooh.
I can't take it anymore!
Playing Genshin Impact then, innit? Hi, you with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's me. I've got my tea. I'm wearing my t-shirt. I got my t-shirt. I need my boyfriends. And who's going to turn up in chat? Is anyone going to turn up in chat? I don't know, because this is like nearly midnight. It's like 11:15. No one knows what I'm doing. I never say, oh, tonight I'm going to be playing Genshin Impact. Tune in. I just playing Genshin Impact tonight, as I do. Thought I'd fire up the stream. Here we are. So if you turn up in chat and you chat, then you hello, and you turn up in chat. And if you don't, then you don't. And you don't. And what do you want me to do about it? What I do want to do about it is I want to do my dailies. And Cruel said that this stuff was like mini games, so I want to get these mini games done. Hello, Curious Cat. So we have got a couple in chat already. We've got someone in chat already. So that's what's happening today. Is I'm going to just do just a bit of casual Genshin Impact. How is everything for you? Did you enjoy the recent streams? Had some interesting recent streams, didn't we? Ooh, didn't we just? I think we did. It's been interesting. I had quite a good response. I'll tell you what, I had quite a good response for the Angry Alan Visits the Queen video. Like the response, all the chicken. The response from the Angry Alan versus the Queen video. The thing that's really good about it, on Battery Exhausted, Angry Alan versus the Queen. The thing that's really good about it is people just see exactly what I mean. Like, he's a chuffer. There's no question on that. He's a chuffer. There's one or two in his chat, from his chat. Hang on. Clee needs to eat a fried egg.
Make yourselves at home.
Make yourselves at home. And also, Clee, if you can just help us out here with a bit of
Jumpy Dumpty Pow.
Jumpy Dumpty Pow, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Don't blink.
This chuffer's got a shield, so the shield needs to be burning.
Boing, boing, boom.
Like that. No, he's not got a shield.
Rain outlines your fate.
He's dead. It's an easy commission. I'm currently doing my commissions in Mondstadt where it's easier and quicker, just because easier and quicker, innit? Yeah, so I had a good response from that video, and I'll tell you for why. Hello to Sleep to Chance Stream. How you doing? There you go, Curious Cat. Being disabled. I was going to say, being disgusted yourself, you're disabled. But that's not what you wrote. You wrote, being disabled myself, I'm disgusted. Yeah, my cousin's disabled, and it's just like a normal thing that doesn't... Like, it's weird when I say it, because like I don't consider him... Like, this is going to sound weird, I guess, but I don't consider him to be disabled. I just consider him to be him. But he does, and has lived with all his life a disability. So ever since I've been a little... Like, he was born before me. So ever since I've known him, he's been disabled. So this, like, and he's on my mom's generation. I think he's not my second cousin, but I think of him maybe as my uncle in a way. But like, he's always, he's just been himself. So I've never thought of him as the disability, just as himself. And there are certain things that he finds more difficult, like any of us. Certain things that any of us find more difficult or better at or whatever. Like, he just is himself. Like, I don't think disability first and then this thing. So it's not until someone puts it into sharp focus, like Alan doing his trying to get in through the queue, and you think, well, fucking hell, this isn't a queue for people who've got a bad knee, mate. Like, some people find life a little more difficult than having a bad knee, but I don't want to diss people who need a knee operation. Like, that could also be really bad. So, I totally understand that, which is why I was able to get a video of Alan like walking around all day to sort of show that his knee was good enough to get him around all day. And then, do you know what? There's even a deeper layer to this. There's even a deeper layer. Sorry to hear about your issues in that front. There's a deep layer which was in the chat. Sid Sophos, who's been a big supporter in the chat, and I haven't verified this, so I didn't know what to say about it, but in the chat, Sid Sophos said that he went down to London to play in a poker tournament that happened to be on at the same time as the Queen's funeral, and so he got his footage of the Queen's funeral and then went and spent loads of money in the poker tournament. You couldn't believe it, could you? You couldn't make it up. Like, there's still another level that I didn't realise. Alan gets even darker and murkier than the surface level that I thought. But yeah, I think that video really hit right, because I think people were able to see what I was talking about. Like, usually I'm like, oh, Alan's a chuffer, let's have a laugh and this and that, and then you need to know a bit about this case, the Nicola Bulley case, to know that the thing he said is from this other video, and like Alan's got layers of layers of layers, so you dig through the layers and you get there. But with something like this, it was just, he's definitely a chuffer. So I think that really hit really nicely. Talking of hit actually.
Brian Batonte.
That's the wrong button. Talking of hit, I've been hit with a thing, haven't I? Let me just quickly... What am I doing here? Switch to Super Chuffer, please. And then go to YouTube Studio. We've been hit with a thing again. Content. Live. This live. Ineligible now. Can't be monetized. Partially blocked. What's going on with this? Copyright. This has popped up. I don't care about ads not showing on my video. I care about it being, people can see it. So let's see the details. I bet it's that song again. Bank account again. 139 to 1. It's only for 15 seconds of it, so I'm going to try and mute it. This is a facility YouTube has. Can't mute it. We don't have enough information about this song. So I've got to mute all sound. So I'm going to have to mute all sound. And the reason I have to do that is because if I don't, people can't watch the video. Wait, what do I do? Wait, I just pressed that then. I'm not wanting to do that. Unavailable while it's processing. I hope it's only processing that minute, because all of a sudden it looked like it was processing a lot more sound. But if I fuck that up, and the whole video's gone in the can, we just have to wait and see, don't we? I can't believe I did that. I clicked so quick, because it said 139 to 144 there. 139 to 140. That's what it said. So when I pressed it, then I pressed it quick, and it's only Russia that it's blocking. Oh, I should have just left it. But when YouTube sees that partially blocked, ineligible, it slows it down on the... you see this... What's this? That's where the copyright material is found or something. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me, that. But what you see is a flattening off of the line at the top. What you'll see, reach. Reach looks like it's actually going up instead of flattening. I shouldn't have pressed that button. Fuck. If YouTube thinks it's a bad thing, then my real-time views will drop down. It will stop putting it in the browser because it's a bad, not for analytics. I don't know. So you got to be careful of stuff like that, just for reach in terms of that. But I've just pressed the button now and fucked it up, I think. So we'll see what happens with that. Talking of that, messed that up now. I deserve good because I gave some money to the guide dogs. I think I'm a bit behind with the guide dogs. I want to give them a bit more money. We only gave them £10 today. So, but yeah, we did some good today, so I don't deserve to be punished on the YouTube algorithm or whatever. I hope that silence doesn't silence the whole end of my video, like the whole half hour. It looked like at the end there when I pressed the button too quick. I want to look. Actually, I can look on my own stream. Can I rewind my own stream maybe and have a look? I wonder if I can do that. Let me just quickly find this out. This is a weird stream now. I'm being weird. I'll get back to Genshin Impact in a second. I always do this. My channel. Can I rewind on my own channel? I always do this. My chat can pause. No, I can't rewind. I'll find out later. We'll find out later. That's, them's the breaks. But if I did delete... It did all of a sudden look like a big longer red line, didn't it? After I pressed yes, do it. The second one, are you sure you want to do this? It looked like it had a much bigger red longer line. And we did play that song an awful lot of times. It doesn't like that song, does it? Which is really annoying because that's the meme song. That's the one he did it in. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. To Steep to Chance to Dream said earlier, sorry, I missed this a little bit. You said, sorry, you were a bit eggy last night. I didn't notice you being eggy. You were so bored of AD and you didn't want to switch off. You just don't like a pile-on if things aren't verified. Fair enough. I don't know what particular thing that was or wasn't verified. Alan's a chuffer, though. I know that for a fact. So I'm going to be piling on that chuffer. The thing with Alan as well is, like, I'm not going to go on and on about it, but well, we could talk about it a bit if you're here. You know, hello, Slinky Socks. He's been doing this to a lot of different people over the years, so he's got like a lot of people he's hurt. You know, Alan's hurt a lot of people over the years. Like one or two you won't hear about. One has even, you know, she sadly died. There's a lot of people Alan's hurt. You know, I can't remember what it. You know, so it didn't occur to me that you were being a chuffer to Steep to Chance to Dream. So you don't have to worry. I think you're good. Please continue to express yourself. Yeah, so I think, you know, sometimes it might seem a bit of a lot that I'm doing. Like someone in chat as well, Medway Hospital Protest, who I do quite like. They've been in our chat a lot. Said, "Oh, you're obsessed with Alan." And I'm not obsessed with him, but you know, strike while the iron's hot in YouTube and stuff like that. Hang on, I'm gonna need to kill this thing. Right, well, there's some good content there, and there's some people watching it. I do think this is a good idea to, like, you know, to focus on him. I do think that. Obsession's a funny word, though. You know, I don't blink. You know, I don't wake up and think, I wonder what Alan's done. But other people, when you consider my position as well, and this is another thing that isn't considered. Like, I'm talking to Medway Hospital Protest here. They're not even watching, but it's just an interesting thought I had. I should have said it to them at the time. It seems like I'm more focused on him because I'm the focal part. Like, I'm the one. I'm the one. I'm the one on the internet. Like, people are sending me all this stuff.
Body and mind.
There's other channels like Truth Justice and Mind Juice. Not Mind Juice. I keep saying Mind Juice in this. I don't mean them. I mean Truth Justice, Martin Dean, and Genetic Code, and Lizzie Taylor. And like, people are sending me stuff. So I've got quite a lot in my inbox all of a sudden. So it seems like Scott's obsessed with Alan, but there's quite, like, I'm filtering quite a lot of other information. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense, doesn't it? So all of a sudden I could say I could do 3 different videos on him today. You know, I chose that one. But like, he's been doing stuff for a while, so there's a lot of stuff. And it's good stuff. The good thing about my content as well is, like, we're not doing Alan now, eh? We look. Obviously, if it bleeds into this stream, then maybe it gets a bit much. I don't know. We did a bit on Twitch the other day, didn't we? Twitch is a bit more freeform, I suppose. But I see your point. Like, you know, I try and keep Alan on the Battery Exhausted channel. That's where I do the Alan content. So maybe, you know, I should just shut up about him now. Obsessed with him. It's entertaining for me, though. I'll tell you that. It is entertaining for me. Like, could you consider this obsession, right? You know, when you've got something that you find fun. Like with Genshin Impact, it was like this. I really enjoyed Genshin Impact, but I hadn't really got many people in my life who were into Genshin Impact. So I could talk about it on streams, but not really with people I know. Alan's a bit like that. You know, I can't really, if I say to someone, oh, so there's this armchair detective guy, and then this happened, and then this, they're like, what? You know, but you know, so I'm chatting about it. It's weird, isn't it?
I see everything.
Is Alan now my hobby? I like saying his name a lot, don't I? Angry Alan.
Hey.
I talked before about how it was nice that we found a British lolcow as well. If you don't like him, then you don't. Sleep to Chance to Dream doesn't like it. That's fair enough.
Everything.
We have a lot of fun there though as well. It's not just like, you know, not just like, whoa, blah, 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 blah. It's also quite a lot of fun. There's the Eye of the Storm. That's my current target. Thank you very much, target. I think we'll switch to. Some of it's funny, some repetitive. I suppose, yeah. But that's like drumming it in. Like, shouldn't reveal too many of my secrets, but that's one of the techniques of the narcissist. And to repeat back to Alan the way he, you know, because Alan does that in his videos. So to repeat back to Alan the format that he understands probably aggravates him more. And sometimes with a meme, you have to like repeat it a lot. I should agree with you though. Really, I shouldn't just counter what you say. I should agree with you as well. Trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. Maybe some of it is a bit repetitive, and maybe I find it a bit funny to keep pressing the button, but maybe it gets a bit repetitive. Yeah. Right. So I agree as well. I got confused now. What am I doing? I'm putting together a team to fight this Eye of the Storm. So I'll take you. We'll take Lisa.
Oh, you're taking me out?
Yeah, you can come. And I want someone else that's... kind of want bow characters, but I don't really focus on my bow characters a lot. I don't want you because you're Animo bow. I don't really I haven't focused on ranking up my bow characters enough. Not as well though.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
And someone, in case it all seems to be going wrong and we need someone who can just sort of like pull the shit together and sort us out. Maybe even just Traveller.
There's still a long road ahead.
Well, there's, the good beauty of what I do content-wise is that there is a lot of variety, isn't there? So I will be doing all sorts of different content, and I'll continue to. So some people, I think this is a feature of it and a bug. You know, both a feature and a bug is that on YouTube.
Reveal thyself. Scatter. I summon thee.
Not doing enough damage on YouTube. If come on. I need to do some damage.
You're
here.
in for a little shock. Try not to enjoy this too much.
Spring forth.
Come on, you chopper. Get inside my circle of death. It's gone up there. Come back to the circle of death. On YouTube, if you do one thing, specifically one thing, like if I only ever played Genshin Impact, then I would grow as a Genshin Impact player. And then if I did another video about, like, I don't know, Nicola Bully, then people would say, what the fuck is this? I come here for Genshin Impact. Why are you talking about this? And it would spoil my channel, yeah? But if you do for a complete variety, consistently, like a proper variety, then it can actually be, you're a variety content creator. And people expect the unexpected. They expect a bit of variety. So they come back for that. It's harder. Got Amber killed. It's harder because, you know, people would rather... It's easier for them if you do the Thomas the Tank Engine channel to just do Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, that's easier for people to work out. And it's easier for the algorithm to work out. So the algorithm will promote that to all the people that like trains, and then you're done. You know? So what I do is a little more difficult. I shoot myself in the foot in a way, but in a bigger context, in the longer, wider context, hopefully it gives me more scope. A very important aspect of it is that I can touch different areas. So I do hope to grow to the 100,000 mark, not by being the same thing every week, but by, like this week coming up, I hope to talk about gender issues. And maybe some people who are interested in that from different perspectives will join the channel that have never even looked at any of the stuff that I've done before. And they'll be like, oh, this is interesting. And then next week, maybe something else will interest them. And as I say, the negative is, it might be, they come to my channel, and this is where the variety had to go into its own channels a little bit. If I uploaded the Genshin Impact like I used to, they're like, listen, I like this, but I don't like this, and it's too different, I'm not coming back. So what I had to say is, Super Chuff for the main channel is chuffing, like, you know, conversation, episodes, psychology based. I do my body language, and we support it with other content that's in that ballpark. But I'm also prepared to do variety, you know, as we're going to see. And I hope that if you arrive there, whatever it is you like about the channel will appear again within a week or two. So you can say, oh, I like this. I didn't quite get with that maybe, but I still like this. You know, this is okay. And like maybe 80% of the content you like, 20% maybe not for you. Like that might be for everyone, right? You like me. Well, that's good. That's a good thing. But in terms of, and I'm the consistent part of all of it, yeah. And on the B side, that's where if we're going to get a bit more silly, I'll put it on the B side. And then with the gaming on its own, you know, Genshin Impact, although I do like to upload my game specials to the main channel. I do like to do that. But yeah, it's a difficult task maybe with the variety, but yeah, I think I've explained it enough. Tonight, yeah, I've got a video lined up. It's just a really simple concept on YouTube is you watch a video and you react to it. and I learn something, we learn something, we talk about it and react to it. I've got a video that I want, if I see a video and I think I want to watch that, that's a good one. The Troubles in Northern Ireland video looked interesting. Yes, that looks like a great episode. I don't want to be a Troubles channel. I don't want to be a Troubles channel, but I totally want to have a look at that video and like learn some stuff and discuss it and see what other people's opinions are. Show people, like, the beauty of the channel as well is we can reach people from around the world with different views and opinions. So show people in the rest of the world what it was like in England and in Ireland, and all that sort of stuff. You know a lot about it. Yeah, like, I don't know so much. Maybe like we grew up in the environments, because Curious Cat says they grew up there during the Troubles. Well, that's interesting. Like, you'll probably know a lot more than me then. As I say, it's like a view to the world that we can share. So yeah, I want to do that episode. A lot of these episodes, I think, oh, this is going to be difficult. I might, like, this is like a difficult concept to do an episode on, isn't it? Maybe I need to learn some stuff. And then the other part of me thinks, okay, if you don't know enough, that's okay, because the whole point of the episode is I'm learning and, like, finding out. Yeah, and like, if we do one episode, what it tends to do is we have a conversation and then something comes up and then we look into it more, and it might be a certain, I've heard of this prison, the Maze prison, for example. I don't know much about that. That could come up, and then we got another episode, and it could be, it's a bit like seasonal content, isn't it, in a way, on our channel. Certainly with us as well. Like the Nicola Bulley thing has been a thing for a while, but that will peter out, as I say, and then we'll have another thing that's interesting, and then you'll come back and you'll see more body language, and there'll be this revolving variety. So I think the Troubles in Northern Ireland is a generally broad topic that, thankfully, now with a bit of historical perspective, we can look at and say it's in the past, although it's still going on. Like, it very much is hopefully supposed to be in the past. Your dad was a senior prison officer at the Maze. Well, there you go, So yeah, maybe, and this is where more voices. If you felt like it, today I offered Sarah a chance to jump on the stream and she didn't want to. That's fine. But if you felt like it, I can say, if we're talking about something and you in chat, I've got the facility. I can open up a Zoom call. I'll send you a link. You either link me on Twitter, I do it in a DM. It has to be private because I don't put it up on the main thing so everyone joins in. But I send you a private link either via email or by Twitter DM or on the Discord, and then you can follow the link either on your phone or on your desktop, and you don't have to have your camera if you don't want. It's up to you. And then you can talk on the show, so you can come on the show and talk, and you can tell me what you think and all that sort of stuff. I should be verifying and vetting guests. I should be saying, I always go on about receipts and making sure that we're talking the truth, and it is my responsibility to verify people. But at the same time, if everyone knows you're in the chat and you've jumped on, and it's up to them to verify it in their minds if they want to, I do trust you. Do you know what I mean? So, but if I have this as an open door policy, eventually someone will come on and they'll be fake, won't they? Not you, but someone will come on and yeah, obviously you have. I'm not asking you to supply me with proof, but you know what I mean. Eventually, someone will come on and be fake at some point. That sort of shit goes on the internet. So I don't want to be too naive in that context, but certainly I have an open door policy in general, and you've been in our chat for a long time, and I generally trust you, so hey Mimp, say Princey, yeah, just talking about what we're going to be doing today's episode. I'm just doing my dailies and my grind, and maybe some of this mini games that were on part of this new quests thing that we're doing, and we're chatting about what we might do on the stream coming up. I want to have this conversation about transgenderism. I just want it to be a conversation that's had on my channel. I'd like to welcome people of all different perspectives, but mainly, and this is probably going to be difficult for some people, I personally feel like it's okay if someone wants to, be transgender. I find that okay. So I will listen to the other perspectives, but I want to make it a safe space for everyone. So we're not going to be getting that out of hand. I'm going to be falling on the side of it's a safe space for everyone. But hopefully as well, by shining light on a different topic, everyone that normally comes to the stream can find something interesting to talk about, and everyone that hopefully we can find new people that are in, like, some people that have got an opinion on this might turn up that we've never heard before. Great, they can join our crew. I think that's the way to grow our stream on the internet, not to pound Nicola Bulley over and over again, but to widen my scope and to try and talk to lots of different people and have lots of different voices. I think that's the way forward. So yeah, and the other thing that we're talking about is doing a piece on the Northern Ireland Troubles and talking about Ireland. And I think there's a few podcasts in that, I think from the way you're talking to me in chat today as well, I think actually there's probably some good guests I could get on, some good podcasts to be had, people who've lived through it, people like, I might not be able to get, what's his name? you know, I might not be able to get the top people. Jerry Adams or whatever, you know, he was a big, you know, big person in it, isn't he? Is he dead now? Yeah, I might not be able to get Jerry Adams on. I mean, they'd be useless. You wouldn't be able to hear him speaking, would you? Remember, they wouldn't let him speak on the telly. I wouldn't be able to. That was weird. Like, I wouldn't. There are some people I wouldn't be able to get on because their status would, like, you know, be a bit above mine. Maybe Jerry Adams would want to come on my little podcast. Maybe he would. But do you know what I mean? Because that's unfortunate he's not dead. Now we're getting into... See, the funny thing is, I'm British, but I don't have any like feelings of allegiance in this fight. I don't feel like, oh, these bad chuffers on this side or on that side. From my perspective, it's like, I wish no one was fighting. Like it's shockingly close to home. Like, please stop, put down the guns. Doesn't matter what it is, just can we put down the guns first and then can we talk? That's how I feel about it. So even though I'm supposed to be on one side of this debate, I'm not. And like I go on about tradition and stuff like this, like how, you know, I don't feel like because I'm British, therefore I've got this perspective on the Irish Troubles and and I didn't, because remember, I didn't do any of those things. I didn't pull any triggers, I didn't draw any lines around any maps, I didn't cause any political tensions. I'm not involved. Like, I was just born into where I'm born, and that's that. And I think a lot of people, and same with you being born there, though, you will feel like it's part of your, like, it's more like, what's the word? Because we're not even doing the episode about it now. We're just chatting, but it's like you feel like you've got an obligation to be part of it in a way because it's from where you're born and it's your history and stuff. But like, I don't know if anyone is obligated to like pick up a gun and fight in a like violent conflict because of where they're born. I just personally, I think it's okay for people to say, "Well, bollocks to this, man." Like, you were born in England. There you go. Like, you know, whether Irish or England, like, you know, anyone. I just. So I'm sure there's lots of guests we could get on though that maybe have lots of interesting stories to tell and stuff like that. I'm sure that is a place I would go, and I'd have both. I probably wouldn't have them both on the same show, but I'd probably be happy to have someone from either military, you know, side, someone from either political side, and talk and, you know, their stories through. Yeah, my coach, who sadly died of COVID, my mentor, he was in the British Army and he was stationed in Ireland and he got shot in the lung. He got shot on his tour of Ireland, or on his station of Ireland. I don't know what it was, but, you know, so he would have had stories to tell, but he's dead now. Yeah, I'd love to unpack all that and have some conversations on the streams. That seems like a really good idea, doesn't it? That's matured. It was just a simple video that I saved in my list, and you spotted it, and we've had a conversation. It seems like it's taking shape and blossoming into a good idea. The next step for me, as always, is to contact people, and I've still got a couple of people lined up for other interviews that I haven't quite managed to get the connections together with. But my next step is to line up the actual interviews. You know, start talking about it on stream as a concept. We'll start with transgenderism before we do Ireland, I think, but start talking about it on stream, see if people join in with the conversation, see how it, you know, sits on YouTube, whether it goes well or not. And then if it's going well, bring in some more voices, have some conversations with some, you know, podcasty style conversations. Yeah. Did I get any traction with New York City Doll? We had a little argument in their chat, didn't we? Not me, but someone in our chat, Sarah. We talked about it on stream today. Me and Sarah were in their chat, right? And Sarah got accused of being a racist because she said her dad had been on holiday and had heard a story about a Chinese restaurant where cats had been going missing in the area. And that, in its, like, spreading a story about Chinese restaurants and cats going missing can be seen as racist. But Sarah wasn't saying that she is spreading a story about that. She was saying that her dad had been on holiday and he had heard this story and this. Like, Sarah's not a racist, yeah? And they were saying she was. So I defended her and said, listen, I don't think she's a racist. I think that you're just getting the wrong end of the stick about her presentation of these facts of this matter on YouTube comments. So that was a shame. But I still think I'm good, but it's a real shame because I was good in her chat. Like, a lot of people, I was like becoming friends with the people in her chat, and now a few of them are not, like, one of them has basically said to me, "You're a racist," and I'm like, "Fuck you, I'm not." So head to the mountain cavern and place the package there, and I'm like, "Fuck you, I'm not." So like, that's not good. I'd like to let that settle down, and but yeah, I haven't directly approached Ari. I've been watching a bit of her content, you know. Still, I'm like there, but I haven't actually directly approached her on this. I don't know whether I should start the oh, there are monsters. Okay, hang on. I don't know whether I should start the conversation on the channel first and then approach her. But I feel real weird about it because it's someone I don't know as a stranger, and I admire as a streamer. But also, I'm aware that she's a personality, like she's a person, like she's not transgenderism. So to say to somebody, "Would you like to do an interview?" Oh, that sounds great, and the interview will be about your gender. What about the fashion? What about the stream? Yeah, well, what about whether you're a boy or a girl? You know, it's kind of rude, isn't it? So, I want to be careful, and being careful means, like, do nothing. So far I've done nothing. But I've still been in her chat a bit, and, you know, been there. I'm disappointed that where I thought, because there's like 5 or 6, maybe 10 or 12 core members of her chat who were quite regularly there, and I thought I was becoming friendly with them, and now 1 or 2 of them don't really see me as being friendly. So it was really weird the way they did it as well, because even if they didn't like what Sarah had said, I didn't say it. I just tried to sort of moderate the, you know, discourse so everyone didn't hate each other and could, like, find some common ground, and, you know, and in the end I got, you know, told that I was a racist as well. So, not by everyone, just by a couple of them, and obviously I'm not a racist, so, like, I was able to say to them, have a look at my channel if you think I'm a racist, and we'll, you know, pick out all the bits where I'm racist, and then we'll talk. But, like, I just think it was cross wires because they're in America as well. But I do think that, you know, saying that Chinese restaurant, and I heard a story about they're eating cats, I think that is a racist thing. And I think the reason that Sarah had heard the story is because racists spread funny stories. And, like, the tone and the social tone of racism in the past was different. And that story would have gone around in every locale. You know, whether you live in Wigan or Watford, someone's heard the story about the Chinese restaurant and the cats. And it's like a story that goes around, a racist story. And so that's probably where she's got it from. Even if she thinks her dad heard it and it was true, like, her dad probably got it from someone who told them it was true. Like, these racist stories go around. I can't say Sarah's dad didn't hear it and wasn't true. I don't know. You know, she's telling us, but, you know, it's this Chinese whispers thing. So I personally probably wouldn't say it because I think it would probably come across as being racist. But I don't think that it means she's racist. You know what I mean? And that's not even having the conversation about gender, so. But yeah, somehow I need to get people who are transgender onto the stream to talk about it, and I need to get people who think that transgenderism is bad onto the stream to talk about it. But I don't want to give the people...
about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
I don't want to give the people who are bad chuffers too much voice, you know, and too much platform, and say, oh, so you're the other side of the debate, so it's 50-50 then. You get equal time and you get equal time, and it's 50. No, the thing that I think is more correct and more compassionate gets more time. And the bad chuffers, I might want to sort of counter-argument.
I created another...
Might want to counter their argument, mightn't I? I don't know. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all goes. Certainly don't want to be like Joe Rogan and just platform nonsense.
Ad Astra...
Just because you give everything an equal chance.
Thank you for complete...
That's like, you know, you've got an equal chance to present your ideas,
Ad
but
Astra...
if they're nonsense, then I don't equally have to, you know, give them equal merit. But there is definitely, you know, the problem as well, right, is with the gender thing, is that there's a lot of the conversation, like a lot of people who are bad chuffers trying to do sex crimes because they're dressed as a woman, a lot of that is put forward by the right wing, and there was probably like 10% of, or like 0.1% of violent crimes is probably done by a man dressed up as a woman, say, yeah, or whatever. Like, there's these men dressed as women doing weird shit, and that doesn't mean gender debate. That's not like the gender debate is this and transgender is this. It's just like there's some weird people out there with wigs on. Like, it doesn't mean that everyone in transgender and you represent it all like this, and then all the transgender people are trying to be a pedo to the kids. It doesn't mean that. And like the right wing heavily pushed this like bogeyman of a violent man in a dress, and like, you know, I need to make sure that's clear to everyone, because it's clear to me. And at the same time, people are going to say, oh, you're on the side of the transgender people then. But, like, yeah, how do we have a debate where I'm completely impartial? It's not a debate, a discussion, a whatever, a stream, where I'm completely impartial, because I'm not completely impartial. I don't kind of, I do want to learn, but I don't want to learn, like, maybe another way of saying it is I'd rather teach. But that's too up your own bum
Need the
about
help
it.
of an elder.
Like with Louis Theroux, or something like that. Louis Theroux doing the pedos, for example. He did a documentary about pedos. Like, he was trying to be even-handed, but he obviously doesn't side with the pedos. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are lines. So, I want to be a bit like that. I want to present ideas and talk about both sides of the coin, but also not give too much merit to something that might not be that well thought out, even if it feels like it's the alternate or 50% option. You know, if you say this, you should also say that. Well, I don't know about that. And then what? Oh, you're choosing the narrative then, not giving everything equal merit. It's a hard one, isn't it? Always pick these dandelions at the moment. I'm now on a quest to get like over 1,000 of everything. Really. We'll have a look at how much stuff I've got in a second. Kind of on a quest to get loads of it. I like collecting things in games. Plunk. That's nice, isn't it? Let's see how much we've got. Let's see how much we've got in our bag. So, I've got over 1,000 iron chunks. I've got over 1,000 white iron chunks. Crystal I'm always going to be using, so it's always going to be up and down, up and down. 190 magic, see that's not over 1,000. Some of these you rank up your characters with, so I've only got 16 Wolfhooks left at the moment. That's bad, only 16. But I have got over 100 Valbreys, 200 Noctilius Jade. Why can't I have over 1,000 of everything? Should I just go for over... I think I'm going for over 1,000 of everything. So I'm going to need a lot more of everything. I've got over 1,000 of that wood. I've got 56 sausages, but I'm not vegan, but, you know, you pick them up along the way. And now I'm going for over 1,000 of everything. I've got nearly 1,000 Satan peaches. It's going to take a while, this is, isn't it? Over 1,000. I need to stop crafting things. Just start saving all of them up. I've got 137 dandelion seeds. That's good. Let's claim everything. Thank you. And now we're off to see the Wonderful Wizard of Sumeru City, where we've got mini games. Hooray, or not hooray, really. Sort of not hooray. Got any chicken or a pedigree dog? Stinky Sock says currently confused. Is transgender different to gender groups? I don't know. Don't really know. There was a funny one going around that there's more than one gender. And I would say no to that. Like, there's definitely two genders. But again, it's this thing on Twitter where... On Twitter, people are pushing things because they're the right-wing American politics. They're pushing it because of the money in the right-wing American politics. The evangelical Christians. You know, people think the Jews run the world, but the evangelical Christians in America have got fucking loads of money. And they like big in the politics, the lobbying and all that. So, you know, this Bible stuff about man and wife and gender roles and all that, that confuses all this as well. So, oh, how many sausages I've got? Yeah, got any chicken? I see you.
This seems the wind is stronger than I thought.
What am I supposed to be doing? What's this now? There's another one now. Fucking hell. The game just never stops. I haven't even done this yet. And now there's another one to do. Fuck. It was an AD reference. Both an AD reference and a thing. What? Where? I don't know what's going on in this quest now. This is difficult. Difficult, lemon difficult. Where is she? Supposed to be talking to one of them around here. Here she is. Here she is. Here she is. Here she is. Layla. Layla.
How are things going on your end?
I've been searching for quite a while now, but I haven't seen any sign of the swiftflies yet. Instead, I ended up catching a few mechanical devices that looked very similar to butterflies.
Looks like Faruzan and Kave's devices are everywhere now.
I'll keep up the search. That probably because...
All right.
What's this?
Is that a swift fly?
Oh, what a
Cool, so this is like
coincidence.
Wacky Races.
I guess I...
And
please
yeah, there it
wait.
goes.
It's so fast! No,
So it's like
come
Wacky
on,
Races.
Traveler, let's go too!
And then there's a story about Wacky Races, and then there's
Going
some...
off. Looks like someone's already cut themselves a swiftfly.
Well, there it is. Get it. Fucking get it, you knob. I nearly got it then. There it is. Get it. Get it.
The locator's going off again. So, someone else finished too? That would mean that the one Layla's chasing is the last swiftfly.
Well, get it then. Fuck me. Layla. Here it is. I'll chase it towards you.
Dare to mess with me?
Oh, fucking hell. It's going... Get it, get it. Oh, Layla.
Oh, it just occurred to me that we should also get you a makeup box.
What?
No, it's fine. I don't think I'll end up using it.
Maybe you won't, but it doesn't hurt to have one, right? Come on, just trust me on this one. Huh? Who are you, and what do you want?
I'm also one of the main characters, like you chuffer. That's Dia, and she's talking to Candice, and this is Layla. You can tell that they're main characters because look at their jazzy clothes. They get all the good costumes. So what do you mean, what do you want?
Please, don't move.
Swift fly.
move.
Oh, the swift fly's
Who
on her
sent
head.
you?
Don't move, Dia. The swift fly's on your head. Candice will see it.
Dear,
Don't worry, I can handle this. Now, tell me, what do you want?
They did this as a still image. They didn't animate it because they couldn't because it's too difficult to have Candice reach over and take. So they did it as a still image. I think that's pretty poor. Genshin Impact's usually really fucking good.
I believe
Didn't animate that. I'm
Butterfly.
skipping now.
Oh,
it's been a while, Layla.
Did you get the swift fly? Can we move on? They're all having a chat.
A friend of yours?
Huh?
oh yeah.
That's right. She didn't look well, so I gave her something to eat.
This can go
Right.
in the bin.
It's of...
Just let her have it.
A swiftfly was...
It didn't...
Anyway, huh. We'll be on our way then.
Alrighty, let's bring the swiftfly...
It's so much talking in these quests, you know. Return to the main venue. And then we've got mini games to play once we figure out what's going on with this whole storyline business. Yeah. Now, I'm not getting sidetracked because I actually need to do this before I can get on to the... next week we're playing Zelda and like my time to do all this different stuff sort of runs
It seems
out,
we have a
so-
third contestant who has returned with a swiftfly. With that,
I really don't care about this talking
Well.
like...
you could certainly stand to try being...
Hang on a
Tighnari was first, and as for the second, it's being discussed right now.
Hey, Alhaitham, second place.
Quite the amount.
Then we can...
Do you real...
Come on.
Well, you're free to send the organizing committee an application.
3 words.
Unfortunately,
Paimon gets it now. Kaveh and Faruzan found the second swiftfly together, but the rules say that only one person can get the points.
Oh well, the rules are the rules. Since you call me madam and politely ask for my help, I shall give you these points.
So I'll put the points under Kave's name then?
No. If I take these points, won't that only detract from your contributions, Madame Faruzan? You might be alright with that, but I cannot do it. Not in good conscience.
See, it's nice to come to this game where people behave properly, isn't it? And yeah, sorry to hear that Slinky Socks in chat there. Fibromyalgia sounds like a bit of a chuffer. It's nice to come to a place, this game, where things are nicer and the world is a bit better. Like, sometimes staring at Alan is like looking at horrible dog mess on the street. Like, it needs clearing up, but I don't really want to have to like take my job home with me.
I don't have any problem with it. There are 2 more rounds after all. Losing one isn't a major setback.
I'll never forget, right, when I first got Ruby, little puppy beagle when, you know, started learning about picking up dog poos, because I hadn't had a dog before that. My sister got a puppy. Like, we lived in the same shared house arrangement, and you know, it was lovely to have a dog, and I have to pick up all the poos, though, don't you? And I remember once one autumn, probably earlier in her years, walking along with her dog poo in a bag, kicking through the leaves, having a nice time, you know, autumn leaves, walking along, and I trod it. In amongst the leaves was some dog poo, and I trod in it, you know, because I'm deliberately kicking through the leaves, and I'm like, I'm holding a bag of dog poo, and it's like, I don't think that's fair. I shouldn't, if I'm going to be treading on it, then fuck it, I'll throw mine on the, like, it's not fair. I obviously pick up my dog poo, but I felt like I shouldn't be the one treading in it because I'm the one picking it up. It's not very polite. It's a bit of a crude story, really, isn't it? But yeah, don't know where that came from.
If you insist, I have another method.
Oh yeah, Alan.
We can draw lots to see
being
who
like
will
a dog
receive the
poo on the
points.
street. You know, things need clearing up, don't they? But they're not nice to look at.
Lots, huh?
What? Is there something wrong with that idea?
No. Well, let's do it.
Tell you what, I'm very much looking forward to Zelda as well, because I've been playing this now. This game started out and everyone said, oh, it's a Zelda clone. It's like it's like graphics like Zelda, and it's like characters a bit like Zelda, and I'm very much got this is now my new Nintendo Switch, which I could tell you, I'd saved up the money and bought it, but actually it was a gift from my sister, and I've got Q Remastered on it, which is a game we're going to play on stream, probably tomorrow, which is a game about, it's an IQ game, but it's about physics and stuff, so that seems fun. I'm really looking forward to playing Zelda on the new Nintendo Switch and comparing it to this now after all these years.
All right. I'll get the paper needed for the lots. Give me a moment.
Because it does feel like years since Zelda, the last Zelda game now. It feels like it, you know, and it should do, I think. They don't want to churn them out too close together.
Oh, seriously?
I'm sorry, but it appears that luck was on my side this time.
All right, she got the points. Let's move on.
Indeed.
And what would you...
The second round, let's meet up until then.
Yeah,
you
it
have
was
some free time.
Lovely gift from my sister.
I'm off the clock at this point, so it's farewell
we're quite
for
close. You know, it goes without saying, doesn't it, 'cause we're family, but we're quite close, you know, and have been all the time that we were growing up. I got her a Switch first a few years ago, so now she's repaid the favour. And because I lost mine recently, I don't know if it has been stolen out of the car. I hope it hasn't. I still hope it turns up, but I'm very grateful for that, yeah.
Wait, I'll hate them! You...
And your leg sounds like a chuffer as well.
Don't be upset,
Because
Kabe.
Curious Cat.
Psych.
Oh, so that's how it works. In that case, I'll take in some deep breaths. I'll win the next round.
Looks like you've managed to pick yourself back up, young man.
I'm no stranger.
So the current standings are...
I don't care about the contest, Paimon.
Why, you two look a little lost. If you're
Not more talking.
sure where to start...
Your boss? Who's that? Oh, you...
Precisely.
Now we've got to go and talk to Dory. What they like us to do on these events is they like us... This is part of the culture and... part of the joy of the game is you get to talk to all the different characters on these event quests. But for me, it's like meaningless chit-chat that wastes my time. But for some other people, it's like an insight into the characters, and they love it. So.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler in Paimon.
Hey, Dory. Are you here to attend the Academia Extravaganza Q?
Of course! People are practically flocking to Sumeru City. You couldn't ask for a better opportunity to do business.
I could have had your son Switch. He doesn't use it anymore. I got a lot of use out of mine, I tell you that. It did start... when I bought the PC, I do more of my gaming on PC now. So it did start to fade into the background a little bit. But there are some things that other machines don't do. And I've always been a Nintendo owner over my years. You know, I've had the Game Boy, the NES, the N64, the SNES, you know, all these different... when I was growing up. So I do like it. And the ability to take it up places. Like the portability. That's how I've got it stolen or lost. But the portability aspect is something else. Like, can never be underestimated. The years of joy I had out of my Game Boy. The Game Boy wasn't the most powerful machine, but the years of joy I had out of my Game Boy simply because you can take it in a car journey. Like, amazing.
This is one of the entrances into the city, and it's very close to the Wisdom Gala booths. There'll be an endless stream of customers. I can already hear the Mora going clink, clink, clink as they fill my coin pouch.
I think the Switch, in the long term, like I said, I hope the next generation of Nintendo system is a big, powerful home system in some way. I know it sounds silly because now, like you said, we all use our computers and phones as well, don't we? But I'd like to see Nintendo just say, fuck it, right, here's a great big powerful home system. Maybe it does VR as well or something, like, and just fill your boots on that lovely Nintendo goodness. But I think the Switch will, at the moment, the way it sits now, it's a good powerful enough to play all the stuff that well, there's a certain limit, isn't there, where it's still a good game. Okay, the graphics could be better or whatever, but you can play it now. It's like an Xbox or whatever in your hands, so that's amazing. And I think it occupies that special place where you can take it on holiday, or you can take it in the car, and okay, it might not be your #1 main system if you're a pro gamer or whatever, but like, it does something that other things don't, and it's special because it's got Mario Kart and Zelda and stuff like that. So I think they're okay. I think they're pretty good. In fact, if I had to pick only one item out of all of my gaming kit, my PC's great, but I can only play it when I'm sat in this environment like this. Whereas the Switch, I can do a lot of other stuff with, so I think it's probably one of the best things.
Well, is there anything you'd like to purchase?
No, hurry up. I'd like to get rid of this now. I do the talking around here.
Well, wait, we're celebrating the Wisdom Gala, and just between us, I have some super booster supplements for sale. Just one to boost both your
Anyway.
Alright, let me see.
This is a huge job, isn't it?
Yorkshire Lass has got to be up at 5:30, so what are you doing? Go to bed. I think you really did good tonight. You watched it, you weren't able to join in the chat for some reason. If you're on YouTube, you need to have a YouTube account, so like, it won't just let you chat at random, you have to have a YouTube account. But if you've got a YouTube account, then you should have been able to chat, like, unless you've been blocked for some random reason. Like, I wouldn't understand why. And if you have been, then you can just make a new YouTube, make a new one, and then you can get it.
If this works
But no,
out,
it
we'll
should
be
work.
set.
I don't think you'd be blocked, so unless you've said something awful, which I don't think you have. Like, but I do have mods now as well, a couple of people who just look out for, like, you know, bogus accounts or whatever. Oh, you've got an account, so it should work. If it doesn't, then...
Oh? Who? Someone we know?
I mean, I can't remember I don't think I've blocked you, yeah? So I don't think you're blocked, but if you ever did get blocked from other people's channels, what you can do is you can make a, you know, on the same account, you can have a secondary and third, and, you know, you can make another one and see if that goes through. I don't know. Like, it should have worked then. I don't know.
Was it someone's... Huh? I don't know who...
Okay, quest complete. So now I can do the mini games, and here they are. Project Connectivity. Yeah, you're good. You see, you're good. You're good. You're not going to get blocked. You're right. Oh God, look at all these I've got to do now.
Academic research isn't some kind of fad. Topics don't just go in and out of fashion.
Oh, I've walked into the... Oh, get out of the water. God, there's loads of them. New quest, new quest, new quest. I mean, it's good because it's all stuff to do. But I feel like there's quite a lot of stuff to do at the moment in the game anyway. And with double events overlapping, it feels like loads. Let's hope I can get through this kind of quick. Going in the back way. They're not going to expect this. Oh, they are. They've got the steps here. How did you expect this? I've come in the back way. Not doing much business up here on the hill, are you? What's going on? Hello, I'm whoever you are. I'd like to have a go, yes. I don't need to read any of it. This is what I do. I don't read any of it, and then we just go into the game, and if it goes wrong, then it goes wrong. Okay, here we go. There's more reading, which I'm going to ignore. So let's ignore that. I'll give it a go. And this is a mini game now. This isn't... Now it's not the Genshin Impact I'm used to, running around hitting people with swords. Now it's like something different. And as I said, it's fun in a way for some people. But for me, this is like an extra waste of time. But I have to sort of do it to get the rewards because I want them. So, what am I doing? Make a path. I don't want to make a path. Make a path. Why? I've got 40 materials that I can use. Oh my god, this is like one of my nightmares. I don't want to do this. I have no desire to do this whatsoever. I might have to do this offline, like where I don't moan about it. Let's just see if it works. Right, let's save that. And let's go to the challenge. See how it works. So this is me. Start the challenge. This is my path that I've made. Reach all checkpoints. So that's fine. I can jump onto this, can I? Yeah, and climb on this. But if I fall off, I'm dead. Look. I'm dead. So I've got to stay up on the thing. So now I can go to the construction mode. And as long as I can make a path to all these things... I mean, look at that. That's easy. I'll use that. Fuck it. Although it's giant. It's up there too. It's too up there. It's too ginormous. So not that. Maybe another house. I can run across rooftops, can't I? Alright, use the big shit. Because the big shit's going to... Oh, that's not big enough. Another house. I'll put a house. Try and just... Oh, I've used too many houses. Fucking have me on. Oh, that's... What about that? That's not going to be a problem, is it? That's going to be fine. Put that in there. This should be fine now, shouldn't it? Put that in there just in case. About one of those. Put that in there. Just put loads of them in. Check the distribution of starting points and checkpoints. No thanks. Let's see if this works. Like, to some people, this is gameplay. To me, it's, like I said, an awful waste of my time. But can I jump on this? Yeah, fine. Right, fuck you then. Big houses was the way forward. Easy life. I hope it doesn't get any more complicated. But it's time consuming, isn't it, in a way? And that's what the game wants from me, is that I'm here doing this, not other games. Like, in some ways, that's enough for it. The running around part is lovely. This is fine. New record. It's always a new record because I'm the only... That's the first person that ever did it. Me. On my game. And there's only 3 of these, that's fine. As long as you're going to give me giant walloping rocks to throw in, I think we'll be fine. Build a path then, yeah? Right. Definitely can't go wrong with the big walloping rocks, I feel. Limit reached. Now we're in trouble. I've only got little mushrooms now. I don't want little mushrooms. Fuck the little mushrooms. What about the houses? Can I... No more houses. Oh, there's a house. Right. House. House is the way forward. Can I rotate it? Like that, yeah. Put it there. That'll do. Oh, you can't because it's in the way of stuff. There. It has to go there. And what? I've got to get up to these. They're putting them up there. Higher up. I think this will be fine. Whoa. Why is that so high up? Right, lower down. That's better. I can't get my head around this. Fucking hell. This looks like an joke shop. What's going on? There's one over there. Get over there for that. I'll get this. This is my joke shop. Yes, got it. Alan Vinicum's dodgy joke shop. That's what he should do. He should run a joke shop. Get down to Alan's dodgy joke shop for all your fake titties and Big Wanger needs. Big Wanger. Have you got any Big Wangers? Yeah, I got a collection of Big Wangers in the back. Have we got any Big Wangers? No, we're sold out. Get the medium Wangers and tell them it's a big one. They'll know the difference. Yeah, but they don't know the difference. They're idiots. I used to run a restaurant, you know. Alan's Big Wangers. We didn't call the restaurant Alan's Big Wangers. Should have done. Would have got more customers. 3? I thought that was 4. Where's number 4? I thought I'd been up there. Now I'm stuck on this one. You fucking... Get on the roof, get on the roof. Yes. Did I not get that one up there? Alright. But boss, but no. But boss, we're out of fake wangers. We'll use the real ones. They'll never know the difference. But boss, we're out of fake wangers. Which one couldn't I get to? It was this one, didn't I? I jumped up to it and I then hurt myself. Got anything I can stick on there? That's just like a little tree. Like, a little tree's not going to do it, is it? Mind you, I can climb up the tree and jump off it. Hang on. Like, that's going to give me extra height. And if I move this just over a bit anyway, it won't matter. Not too far, I hope. No, that'll be fine, look. Right. Go on. Titties and a big wanger caught your attention. Fake titties and a big wanger told you. Yeah, just, I found, you know, a joke shop with a big pair of Paul Gascoigne, signed Paul Gascoigne breasts. Paul Gaza Gascoigne fake breasts. And, you know, big fake tummy and some breasts. And, a big fake wanger to dangle down. Stag do stuff. You know, Alan could do that. Alan, Uncle Alan's dirty joke shop. Oh god, I've fallen off that. Oh, it's made me cross. Uncle Alan's fake joke shop. Oh, I'm not dead. I get to carry on. That's fine. Uncle Alan's dirty joke shop. Get your fake wangers. Are you going on stag do? Is your wife nice, is she? Does she like a nice fake phallus? What about a nice big phallus for the wife? You're not married yet, are you? Fiancé. What about a nice big phallus for your fiancé? Nice big wanger from Alan's Wanger Emporium. There we go. Cleared a path. That's fine. This is my duties.
For regrets.
I'll give it a go. Let's do one more. This is like agonising to me. There's no combat involved in this or like anything like that. It's just like, what am I doing? Right, build a path again. And it's difficult, I know. And these houses are my friend, but they're too low down to get on the things up there, so that's a problem. Like, this is problematic to me. Can't even get it in there because of the shape of the thing. Always having these problems. Way, but no, like, this is a problem, and this ain't half a problem. Like, won't let me put it in anywhere. Always having that problem. Way. No, but seriously, right? Cancel that. This sticks to the ground, so that's good. If you want it there, you might climb up on top of it maybe and get, you know, get some use out of it that way. So I'll put that in there. These ones are brilliant because, you know, you can do anything with these. So it's all about these ones, isn't it? I fucking hate this. Just going to put that there. Fuck that. And then I just need to get across to that bit. Nothing can go next to it though. That one. Okay. Let's see if this works. We need Alan's fake Wanger Emporium t-shirts. Everything has to be a t-shirt now. I'm going to spend all my tippies on t-shirts for the next 6 months. I'm assuming I can climb on that. Oh, come on. If you don't let me climb on it, I'm fucked. And where am I going next? On that big one up there. So I need to climb on this. Yes. Climbed right on it. Now you can't stop me. Don't stop me now. I'm climbing up on top of things. I'm climbing up on top. I'm flying off. I'm climbing up on top of this. I'm climbing on that. And don't stop me now. I'm climbing on things. And don't stop me. I'm climbing up on things. And then this one, I'll just fly over. And then I'll fly over to that little moon house. I don't know why I called it a moon house. I'll fly over there. Oh, that's a good one. And then I'll get up on top of it. Don't stop me now. I'm climbing up on top of things. I'm climbing. I got stuck. I'm climbing up on top. Climbing up on top. Climbed up on top. I'm climbing up on. Climbed up. And I better make it over there, otherwise there's trouble. Otherwise there's trouble. Okay, that was good. And then that one over there looks out of reach in a way, but I'm hoping I can just fly from here. I think I've fucked it up. I think that's out of reach. Bollocks. Don't stop me now. I'm climbing up on top of this. I'm trying to get over there. Please hit it. Please hit it. Oh, you chuffing chuffalo. Right. Just the one. Just the one that's a problem. Which is this one. And I can't quite get from there to there. So I need something to bridge this gap. And it's not going to be easy, is it? Oh, no, it is, look. Because look, I can just have another one of these. Just put it really close next to it, please. No? Oh, you chuffer. Like, surely that'll be fine. Don't stop me now. Formerly known as Ann Summers. Can you imagine Ann Summers, the Allen collection? Excite your Allen with the new Ann Summers Allen collection. These are the knickers I like to wear when my girlfriend takes them off. Ooh, can you put that sexy underwear on that I like? Yes, Alan. Now can you take it off so I can wear it? Oh, go on then, Alan. Not again. Alan, you're putting a ladder in me tights. Alan, they're my good tights. You're right. Alan would recycle second-hand wangers. You're right. Someone else's old wanger. Any old wanger. Any old wanger. Any old wanger. Please climb on this. No. Ooh, we nearly lost that then. Any old wanger. Any old wanger. Any old wanger. Alan's got an old wanger. Get me up on here. Now where am I going? Oh. Go on. Go on. Go on. And you do it, yeah. Yes. I'm completely lost now. There's one over there as well. Okay, okay. This was 3 of 5, so this will be number 4 of 5. How have I missing one? But this we got last time. That was fine. So I got the one that I found difficult. So it's just the one down there. Nice. It was alright. There's a little game. That's all we have to do. That never happens again now. Maybe on next festival. Look, she's gone. Oh, she's come back. No, I don't want to have another go. Thanks. That's the end of that for me. Never have to do that again. Thanks. And then now I've got... Oh my god, look, it gets even more confusing. There's more quests to do, which is more talking, essentially. This one's still locked, but I do need to do more talking. Beginnings and endings. And then the gala booths is this. And I've just done project connectivity, so I get rewards. And this is what we really want. We want rewards, don't we? Oh my god. Oh no, I've done them all. Okay. I thought I was going to say, not another 9. No. Got them all. Lovely. So when I press off this, I'll suddenly have loads of stuff, look.
What did you say? Oh, I'm old now, so every other phrase escapes my ears. Try calling me Madam Faruzan. Then I'll see if I can pick that up.
So I don't mind getting all that cool, groovy rewards. You know, that's fine. Woolly Wanger. Woolly Wanger.
Academic research.
Alan's ruined everything he's touched.
Some kind of fat.
I've got to go around these booths. Alright.
Topics don't just go in and out of fat.
What's going on here now as well? It wants me to look at something. Oh, I got a new character the other day. So it wants me to see that I got a new character, yeah. And let's have a look at how our primos, because we did wishing the other day. We've got 1, 4, 6, 1 and 4. So we're alright for primos. We're not, but we did just hit the 50-50 and we failed it, but we got deer, but we failed it. So we're not pumping loads of wishes. We're not doing that here. Although we could look for a constellation on Candice. You know, we could, but we're saving them up. And on Free Wish City, in Free Wish Town, we've got no free wishes at the moment. So Ixnay on the Ishways. But let's see where our map takes us for these next. What's this? Where's my... Are they around the map? Where are they? I just need to know where the next bit of quest is. I have to look through this. Well, let's just choose this one. Go there. And it'll bring me here. And then navigate. And then it's 20... Over there. And then it's here. And then it's teleport. Alan's wangers isn't right though, because Alan doesn't have a big wanger.
Oh, I'm old now.
Alan's got a little flaccid pee-pee, so it seems wrong to be... Alan's dirty joke shop, that's what it is. They sound pretty simple. Can't say that sounds difficult. I don't know what he's talking about because I didn't read what he's saying. Because it's another one of these mini games, so I don't have to. I'll give it a go. And then it'll tell me the rules, and I don't know. Mimetic Replication Weasel. Begin replication. I'm not going to read this, I'm going to ignore it. Using the weasel. So there's the weasel. And I've got, it's like a rhythm game, I've got to press space and E at the right time. Like this. Mimetic Replication Weasel. This is an interesting, different game. I mean, what I find so weird about this is some people might say they might create this and call it a game on its own. You know, like using this mechanic, you create a whole indie game out of it. Genshin Impact just throws it in there as a little mini game, and then you do it for a bit, and then it's gone. Don't do that anymore after that. I don't want to do any more now. I've already had enough. Like, this isn't what I signed up for. Thanks very much. I get all my stuff though out of that. So, you know, get my... You like the music? It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. The music is always good in Genshin Impact. They employ really top people to do it. In the last zone that we were in, it was the London Philharmonic Orchestra was performing the music. So they employ really top people to do it. I think in this zone it's the Tokyo Philharmonic for most of it. Like, so I've got Weasel. Look, I did 3 stars on Weasel. This is Shroomboar. So let's go. And again, I'll ignore what it says. I should be able to guess, shouldn't I? Right, I fucked that up. Use forward charge. Okay. Nothing's happening. I pressed that wrong, maybe? Oh, it's like a phone game. Well, that's what we say these days, although you can actually play full Genshin Impact, the whole game, everything I'm doing, all the running around, all the characters, that is a phone game as well. You can get this game on your phone. Not this thing, the whole thing. You can get it on your phone these days. Because it's an ongoing, internet game. This song's called The Music is Kicking Off, the music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music. Whoa, whoa, the music is kicking off, the music is kicking off, the music. They're my lyrics. That's what I hear in my head. Like, no expense has been spared on this game, Genshin Impact. Not this mini-game, but the whole game. More money has been spent on the creation of Genshin Impact than any other game, I think. I might be wrong in that, but I think. And they make more money than any other game because, you know, those characters that I've got. And this is one of the biggest games in the world for this reason. This system of rolling and wishes. Some people like me, I'm free to play. So when I get my free wishes, I'll have a free wish. Yeah? Oh, I didn't get what I want. So if I want, I can go in the shop and I can start buying these wishes. I can buy them with my like, I can get 2 of these at the moment because I've got some Stardust. That's good. That's good. You know, but if I want, I can buy crystals with money. And if I could guarantee a character, so let's say I want to roll until I hit Ganyu, the pity timer hits at 70. How much is 70 wishes? Oh, it's only 100 and something pounds. Or 200 pounds or whatever it is. Like, if you want to guarantee it, it's like 200 and something pounds. So some people feel compelled to put money in, and I don't, and I think it's a bad jive. You're going to waste your money. You're not going to get, it's going to cost you a lot. Look at it as don't say I might get lucky, I might get it. Just 10 more wishes. Just 10 more wishes. Just 20 more pounds. Don't do that. Look at it as how much it costs if you don't get lucky. £200. So do you want that for £200? No. No, just have your free wishes. And if you do it my way and just have your free wishes, you get loads. And I've been playing for a year and look at all these characters I've got now. I don't miss out. I get most of the 4 stars and some of the 5 stars. And if I save up, at the moment I'm in a position where I can get, because I missed the last pity. Oh, I failed a pity. Oh no. But the next 50-50 will be the one I want. So I save up my primos from the stuff I'm doing. And as you can see, they throw them at you in events. Save them up and then wish on the characters you want. And then just get that. That's what I do. So that's how they make all that money. But let me just check this as well. Let me just check. Is Genshin Impact... Google, is Genshin Impact the most money spent making a game? The most money spent making a game. Metal Gear Solid. I think you're confused. Where's Genshin Impact? This was 2022. Shenmue's 47 million. 265 million for GTA 5. Bloody hell. Now, these are bigger than films these days. Genshin Impact money spent budget making game. 100 mil. 500 mil by its second anniversary. So yeah, I think that 500 mil is bigger than the other one, isn't it? So Genshin Impact, they spent $500 million after 2 years. We're into year 3 now. So, like, $500 million. It puts it in 12th in the list of big budget games. I didn't know that. Didn't know it was 12th. But I suppose other things have been going for a lot longer, like World of Warcraft, maybe. I thought it was like one of the most expensive spends recently. And so they're putting all this money in. They're making a lot as well. But they're putting all this money in, and it means, like I said, like events, things happening. The game is always live. It's free to play, like Fortnite. You know, it's like Fortnite. You know, they put a lot of money in to make the game, to make it be like extravagant and things happening, because they're making a lot of money and they want the attention. And they make a bit of money out of it, don't they, from getting that. So, yeah, Genshin Impact is a brilliant game. Like, for all the other games I've played in my life, they had a much smaller budget. They came on a disc or a CD or a cartridge, and you put it in, you know, played it. And like with the old Switch, you know, talking about this, you know, you think about games in this context. But what we're doing here is different. It's something different, you know. At the the NECW or at Hen ECW, or I don't know how to quite pronounce your name, but can't believe I've downloaded another damn app. Are you someone who is on YouTube and now you're watching me on Twitch and you've downloaded the app so you can watch me on Twitch? Is that what's happening? Is that what you're saying? Athene. Oh yeah, I can see that now. Athene. I can see that. Athene ECW. Sorry. It's just the way, because it's coloured in the way I'm looking at it as well. Maybe the colouring in confuses me a bit with the writing. Athene. Yeah, ACW. There you go. Yeah, I recognised it was someone from... It's interesting. We're just talking about this game that I'm playing. This is what we do over here. I play games on Twitch. That's what Twitch is mainly known for. Yeah, thanks for following me here. This game is, they've spent over 500 million making it, and it doesn't finish. It's not like I've got it on my Nintendo, you know, I got to the end level boss and I won, and then that was a good game. It's not like that anymore. It's that every month there's more content. Every month there's more content. It doesn't stop, it doesn't finish the game, it just keeps going. And I'll show you this in another way. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Slinky Socks. Thank you, and I appreciate that. You know, it's all income for me, all the different places. It contributes in terms of diversifying my income, which is apparently quite an important thing. You like the cat game, ACW? Yeah, we're going to be playing other games as well on this channel as well, so look out for it.
100 years
there's a doggy here.
Yet there hasn't been any change to those dumb rules at the Academia.
There's doggies in Genshin Impact. I can't pat it on the head, but it's there. Yeah, Genshin Impact is this ongoing game, and nowhere shows it more than in this map. Like, in most games, you get a map. And in Genshin Impact, you start with this map here, and you think, well, this is quite big. And then you add on this bit, and you think, wow, that's quite big. And then it says, please go over here, over the sea to these new islands. You think, wow, the game's quite big. And then it goes into the jungle over here, and now we're in the desert. And now we've got another bit of desert. And anywhere they want, they will, in the next few years, fill in all the rest of this map. And now it'll start getting uncovered. And it's not that I'm waiting to uncover it because I haven't been there yet. It doesn't exist yet until they put it in the game. And unlike other games where that's the game, this is your map, like, this keeps going and it keeps getting bigger. So it's an incredible adventure that you're on, and you feel that when you're in the game. So I started playing a year ago, and I was going to play it for a bit and do a review and then move on to a different game maybe, but I just stayed. I just really enjoy it. So I'm doing my bit of daily grind today, and there's an event on, so we're doing some little side missions, some little bits and pieces, and that includes this rhythm game, which is a game within a game now. So that's what I'm up to. But we chat as well, you know. We chat. You chat. You're in chat. That's what you do. Okay, I don't read this. I'm going to ignore that. Use leap from water at the right moment and control the fish model so the duration of its jump matches the other fish models. Jump. 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 Yeah? Jump. Jump. And that's me. Jump. Got it. This is me doing it. I'm doing the third fish. I'm the third fish. I think I messed that up. What? How am I messing that up? What? I think I'm doing a similar sort of jump. It doesn't like me doing this. You like that one? I jumped at the same time as the fish then. I gotta jump after the fish. No. It's something to do with rhythm. I didn't get the rhythm that right. I only got 2 stars. We need to do it again. I need to do it again and again and again and again until I get 3 stars. That's right. Oh. Can't afford to mess it up. I got to jump way too early then. It's kind of fun. Feels a bit janky. Like, it feels like that one should have been good. That one got given. That one was fine. That was alright. Too late, too slow. On the quick one, I got to press a lot earlier than I think. Nice. Got it. They gave me that one. And they gave me that one. I'm in now. I'm over 3 stars. So I now don't have to care. I can mess up. But I'm not going to. I'm going to keep pushing. Good night to Steep to Chance to Dream. Good night. Hopefully it'll be sunny for everyone in the next few days. Tell you what, the global warming though, it's usually nice around this time of year all over the country in May. But for some reason, it's a bit rainy, like it usually is in April. Feels like the seasons are getting pushed back a bit, doesn't it? Anyway, I got the fish thing achieved. Fish master achieved. So that was good. Thanks very much for Fish Master. I'm not ever going to play that again. Let's have a look at the gala booth. That was mimetic rep. This rewards, rewards, rewards. Thank you. And all this stuff I use to make my characters better. Stuff like that. So let's have a look at the next one. On the mini map. Oh, it's right here. That's brilliant. Good. Just next door here, look. He doesn't look happy. Does he? Bahadur. He looks a bit down in the dumps. You alright, Bahadur? I'll come on this side with you. Oh, that shocked him. Come on this side with you. You're a bit down in the dumps, are you? Don't worry, cheer up. I'll play your little game now. Don't worry, there's no one playing your little game. I'll come and play it now. Look, oh, what's this over here? So, interested in your concoctions. Go on, tell me about your concoctions. Oh, no one likes my concoctions. Everyone's playing the game over there with the jumping fish, and no one likes my concoctions. Oh, don't worry, Bahadur. Your concoctions are nice. I'm sure we'll have fun. Come on. Come on, I'll play your concoctions. He wanted this to be a more experienced student to do this. He's not happy. So, I'm going to ignore what he's saying, and I'm just going to skip it. It's nice of you to talk about where you are in the chat if you want, but also be careful because it's the internet, so the more specific you are about where you are in the... Like, I don't know who's watching, so just be careful about, you know, revealing everything on the internet. But general is fine, you know, general. Yeah. Coronation afternoon tea. You're not a serial chuffer. It's up to you know. It's up to you what you talk about in chat. Obviously, I just I just caution because since the Armchair Detective, we've had a few idiots, haven't we? Has anyone come to play this game? I need to defeat enemies within a time limit. At least I'm getting to have some fun. Here we go. I don't really follow all the reading. I just want to get into the game, but what? Hang on, what? Why am I not doing it? I should have done the reading. I should have read the thing. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, we're not doxing.
What did you say? Oh, I'm old now, so
yeah, you don't have to pay for Twitch.
My ears.
Yeah.
Try calling me Madam Farozan.
Chatting without
Then
charge.
I'll see if I
There's
can
no.
pick that up.
Twitch is just the same as YouTube. It's just a streaming platform. Like YouTube's more videos at the first, wasn't it? And then they also branched out into streaming. Twitch was always just streaming. It was called Justin TV at the start, and it was a guy called Justin who just put himself on his webcam, and you could just watch him at his house. And then he went around places, and it became Twitch. So Twitch became the... it's more American. It is global, but there's a lot more Americans on it, and it's mainly gaming, but they also do chatting. You'll see all the different categories. But it's live streams, not really video content. Live. And it became the go-to place for gaming content, really. And that's YouTube tried to emulate that and replicate it and set up a streaming platform on their own YouTube. But on YouTube, the streaming over there is more conversational, I would say. That's what's taken off over there. And gaming has stayed really on Twitch more. For me, it was important that I had a foot in all camps when I started streaming. Because it could have been that this that we're doing now took off. And I was like a big Genshin Impact streamer and people were tipping me to play Genshin Impact and I made Genshin Impact videos. You know, this could have been the thing. But by having an iron in different fires, by having a pie in different ovens, I don't know if that's an expression, I just made it up. But, you know, I was able to find out which one was most successful and I think...
Academic research
bit of give and
isn't
take.
some kind of fad.
You know, I'm still going to do the things I enjoy.
Just go in and out.
Like this, and I'm still going to do stuff that's not so commercially viable. And I'm not just going to do Nicola Bully videos because they're the most commercially viable, but I found that doing that body language analysis, I think that's like we've got into a stride with that. So I think that's where my main pillar of my content is going to be on YouTube in terms of growing and in terms of finance and in terms of, you know, because I'm trying to create a media production business, and I'm trying to be successful financially, but I'm still going to want to play games and I'm still going to want to do it on my Twitch account. So this now still exists. It's just, thankfully, and I'm kind of grateful that I don't have to try and push this as a commercial aspect of a venture. I just get to just come here and enjoy myself. So if you want to subscribe...
Why not keep me company for a while?
Thank you. If
There'll
you don't...
be plenty of time for work
No
later.
problem. I come here to enjoy myself. I'm also not committed financially, commercially, so if I don't turn up like until like Friday, or, you know, we just play Twitch at the weekends, we just play games at the weekends, that's fine. So, but I would also say I'm really grateful for the subscriptions, and if you've got Amazon Prime, if anyone's watching and they've got Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription with your Amazon Prime, so you might as well subscribe to me over here as anyone. That's free for you if you've got Amazon Prime, and I get the benefit of having a subscriber. So yeah, and you know, you never know, you know, something could take off over this side of things. Certainly we play games like, you enjoyed the cat game. If I binned off the cat game just to do the Nicola Bully stuff, that would have been sad, wouldn't it? So this gives us that space to do this other stuff in, and it's a different platform to be on as well. So I do appreciate, though, that in the modern era of, you know, Twitch streaming, computer gaming, I think the audience over here are probably more drawn to someone, dare I say it, a bit younger and cooler, with, like, you know, a few more talents or charms. And I am as well. I watch other streamers on here and think they're very good at what they do, and I admire them. So I'm just glad to be part of the platform and have
Today's
fun.
no good for going out. Did I say that yesterday as well?
You just want to have fun, says To Sleep Tonight Stream. You're just here for me to talk to Chuffertown. Just want to be down in Chuffertown, and that's kind of what this is like, you know. Yeah, I like Genshin Impact because it's a nice vibe of a space as well. So if we do just want to stand here and have a chat, like we're talking now, we can just have a chat. You know, I think it's a nice vibe and space. Other games give us different stuff, but Genshin Impact is my long-term go-to. I'm a bit of a Genshin Impact streamer. I still want to call you ACW. You love some of the more niche stuff. Nice to have a further distraction for insomnia. Yeah, this is my insomnia. Scott's Insomnia Palace. Let's see what goes on behind this magic door. Hopefully it'll be a big Barney. Yes, it's a big Barney. This is up my street. The domain is hogged by hilly churls. Smash their heads off. Resist at most 2 negative effects. So I can knock 2 of these off. Their HP will regenerate. No, I'm not having that. Because I don't want them to get health back. I want to kill them quick. Their HP will be increased. No. More enemies. Don't care. Kill more people. Terrain constraints. They give me geo damage. I take more damage. Fine. I'll take more damage. Let's go. Obtain 2 positive effects. It's all words. When normal opponent is defeated, a shockwave will be unleashed at the opponents and deal damage. I want big damage, that's all I want. And Tarika's, if I hit, a cyclone is generated and it pulls opponents in. That's good because then everyone comes to me and I can kill them. I don't have to run around. When there are less than 2 opponents, my attack will be increased by 75%. That's really good attack, but only when there's less than 2. And I'm thinking there'll be more than 2. So when a character's attack hits a linchpin opponent, an extra true damage instance will be dealt. Yes, more true damage. Like double that is, isn't it? A normal and shockwave damage. Or I can have the cyclone that pulls them in. Damage them, damage them, damage them. And I'm going to take my A-line characters. These are my top
For justice.
hitters that do the most damage in any given situation.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
I didn't check which enemies I'm fighting, so I might have to use
Let's go. Time is against us.
specific elements against specific enemies, so I didn't do that. I'm just taking my A-line.
I'll take good care of everyone.
What are the numbers to the left of the chat bar? I opened a green box. I think what you get is you get like little points, Ganji points. It's like a system in chat. The longer you're here, your points accrue, and you can press this button and get them. And then sometimes you can highlight a message, and it's like fun things. So it's like fun points. I think that's what it is. And also there's a tippy system on here called bits or cheers or whatever. You know, it's the same as a super chat, but it's a bitties or a tippies or a cheers. But it's still got the, you know, my normal tippies. So, but don't feel compelled to tip you over here if you don't feel like it. It's fine. You know, I'm not on the main channel. I feel like I create value. You know, I feel like I do some work. But here I'm having fun. So if people want to support it, that's lovely, and I'm grateful. There you go. Look, that's a that's a highlighted message. There you go. Thank you. And it's just fun for you. And you know, there's other little things that you can put in chat. Like I could have chat. You know, your poll. You know, when we do a poll and stuff like that. There's other fun things that Twitch can do with chat. So there's also some games like have Twitch support, so you can affect the game while we're playing by typing in chat. I mean, I don't do a lot of it, but some of them have Twitch support, so chat is a bit more fun in Twitch in ways. You know, it's, if anything, it's, I think, a bit of a younger audience and a bit more computer game oriented, so that makes sense now, doesn't it, that you've got like highlighted message and other fun stuff. Like, and I think YouTube, by providing a streaming platform, thought they would have this going on YouTube. But actually, I think YouTube still provides a more mature conversational setting to their streams. You do get gamers on YouTube and all that. You know, it's all mixed these days. And you get big conversational streams on Twitch as well. So it's all mixed these days. But it's just a slightly different, you know, it's a different app, slightly different demographic in a way, I think. I don't know. Not an expert. Not an expert. Anyway, let's go in here and kick some people's heads in. Spring chicken. Clucker. Right. I'm gonna have to just go mad and kill everything for a minute. Oh, I got frozen. That was bad.
With sword comes shadow.
Mainly killing this chopper in the middle. And these choppers on the edge now if they want to go. Right, here's a big chopper. He's got to go. Or she, depending on. But they've got to go.
Cut to the chase. Don't blink.
I'm quite good at smashing these things up, it seems. I'm doing well at that.
Rain cutter.
Getting lots of special moves that I can pop. Like my specials are going quite consistently. So that's really helping me. 17 of 28 are going well.
With sword comes shadow.
Now, like, these things are going really quick. Like, they're getting melted down for scrap. So I think we're okay. Oh, I got beaten up a bit there.
Stay put. Don't blink. Cut to the chase.
There we go. Challenge complete. New record. Less than a minute. I think we win. I don't know, but what the cluck, mother cluckers. God, poor Alan. Alan just makes memes for us, doesn't he? Just creates them. Like, none of you. I still. Oh, I didn't get enough. Oh, I need to do it on hard difficulty. Okay, from now on I need to do them on hard difficulty. Okay. No problem. I can do that. Because that wasn't too bad, was it? It seems like Alan, like normal people, like you wouldn't have put all those songs on the internet, would you? Like, of you doing all that, like that would seem like a mistake, just as a normal person. But what am I doing? This and this, but Alan thought it was like definitely the way forward.
Rain outlines your fate.
Like, if you're not on the internet as like an occupation, that's not a good move. But for Alan, like, internet, occupation, everything, definitely good move. Very strange to me. These things are going down a bit slower now because it's on hard mode. One of my characters near got beat up there.
Ring cutter.
So I'm going to need to make sure we get
Nowhere to hide.
choppers down
Incoming.
without taking too much damage. Get them down to Chopper Town.
Grow. Yep, you Glade.
Cut to the chase.
What are you doing on the edges? You didn't get damaged in that. I didn't get picked up in that special move then. That was a shame. And this one's just on their own.
Let me weave you a verse.
Messing me about. Now this one's turned up over here, so it would have helped to have that cyclone that sucked them all off into the big circle together, because I need to be killing them. Uh-oh! One of my characters got killed, one of my DPS characters. I wasn't paying enough attention. I've got one of my characters killed. I can still do this, but it's going to be more difficult now.
Hey, go away. Don't be scared.
Come on.
Rain outlines your face.
He's going to have to pull some more weight.
Grow.
These specials, please give me my specials, thank you. Oh, we can resurrect, Resurrect.
Go get him, you Glade.
I wonder if we we just got to complete it, haven't we? We don't have to like set any special score or anything, we just need to complete it.
Speed of light. Stay put.
No, my sword.
21 of 28, so we're okay. Pace. Let's chop this down.
To the chase.
I see what you're writing in chat, you naughty.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain outlines your fate.
Power cluck.
Yeah, don't be scared. Hey, go away.
Come on.
Nowhere to hide.
And that's that. Okay. So, from now on hard mode. What have we got here now? I should pay attention to what baddies we've got as well. So these are all mushrooms, and they're hydro and electro and cryo and all the different mushrooms really. So I can't be asked to think about it. I'm just going to go on hard mode and just go start. And what are you offering me? When the linchpin opponents are on the field, all opponents' physical resistances, no thanks. EHP, no thanks. Don't care about that. Cryo buff. They get a cryo buff. Elemental reactions. Okay. And I can deal pyro damage. Extra elemental. Attack increased. Energy recharge. Or jumping ability. So I'm going to go here. And I need to bring a pyro. Pop a pyro. I do like to use the water reaction with the dendro. But we can go pyro. We can take Klee.
Ta-da! Klee's here.
Pay attention to you. I'm seeing you. I've got to concentrate on the fighting sometimes. This is like, you know, I've got to get this done. Great stream last night, not quite so savage. I suppose we need to find a good balance there, don't we, of being a bit savage. It's interesting because I this is actually interesting, right? I know that it's entertainment first and foremost. I kind of want to talk about it now because you're there talking, so quickly get it up on the old YouTube. My channel. E here all of a sudden. I know it's entertainment first and foremost, yeah? What am I looking for? Channels. So this sort of stuff, whatever people think of it, it gets good views. People think it's fun. Like, consistently over 6,000 views each of these Alan videos. My first one got 13,000 views. And it was specifically saying about how he's a content thief. Yeah, but then when we started to do the fun stuff, we didn't get as many views, maybe. So maybe actually just the serious tone is better. But I having fun. It's going well, though. Like, lots of people watching it. Like, this one got a bit hacked down because of the copyright concerns and stuff. But, you know, lots of people watching it, lots of people having fun. And content-wise, it's decent content, you know, basically. And it's entertainment. So, there's that. But also, what do you think Alan's doing tonight? Like, we know that he watches other channels to gather his information. And recently he's been watching this new channel that he's just discovered that, what was his name? Eddie's Vinyl Break said it in the comments. He named the channel that Alan had been watching. I've forgotten her name now because I don't watch her, but, you know, because I'm not aware of her. Like, she might be very good. In fact, why don't I just find that? Was it this one? Eddie's Vinyl Break. It was this one, wasn't it? Myself all a lot. Like, we do a lot of tangents. Yeah. That's part of what I do. Vicky Marie. So this person, Vicky Marie. So I'm not dissing her. Now I'm going to take a look. Yeah. So she's been making videos about Nicola Bulley. Yeah. This is the first time I've looked at her channel. Don't know anything about her. But Alan has obviously recently looked at it. It's savage. I'll tell you what's savage about it. She's only got 1,000 subscribed. Only. That's a lot. She's got over to monetization. Well done. But, like, you know, she's not a big channel, is she? And some of these videos are in the hundreds of views. So for Alan to be going over this, he knows that his people have probably not seen it. They've probably not watched this because not so many people have. So he's looking, Alan's got this is Alan's technique. You go for the smaller channel that's saying something interesting, and instead of them growing and helping them to support them to grow, take their stuff, now it's mine, I'll broadcast it. So now these people aren't so relevant and finding it harder to grow because someone else that's bigger is saying what they said. So their video is now pushed down by Alan's video. It's not good, is it? It's not very nice what Alan's done there. So what we know Alan is doing is we know he's watching her, we know he's watching me, we know he's watching other people, but also there's another layer to that, right? Which is, what do you think he's doing tonight? What do you think he's watching tonight? You know? Whose live stream do you think he's been watching yesterday and tonight? Probably us, isn't it? Slinky Sock says that... Slinky Sex says, see, that's that community. They know your other name. I love that I'm becoming part of a community, a solitary soul that doesn't go out. Nice to chat to people. Yeah, it's good. I would encourage you, though. I always say this. It is good that we have this online community. It should, hopefully, fill you with a bit more confidence about the world at large community, and maybe for some of us, like for me, it was I had to join an art club to actually start talking to people because I had to go to a club once a week, like scheduled social time. But it did help. It did help. Like, that was a real boon to being in the art club, like, you know, speaking to people once a week, even if I scheduled it in. And I do find this is great. Social, I'm talking, you're talking, you're here in chat, look, chatting to each other. Hello, Petty Peachy. You know, this is good. But I also encourage you, if that's how you feel, then hopefully we're a step towards you finding that with, and it might not be big, loads of people, it might have to be 100 people, like there's lots of people in chat sometimes, but, you know, it might be that whatever your interest is, you know, whatever the one thing that you think maybe you kind of like to join the club for the photography or the karate or the whatever the thing is, you know, like, you might find one or two people that, you know, we all do. In a bigger group, we all find a couple of people that we sort of move more towards and, you know, make more friends with, and that's also good. So I'm also encouraging, like, we've got a good community. I'm glad that you're saying it, and it is a sort of reflection on you, because you are the community. So, but I would also always, when people say this stuff, I always encourage that wider, because summer's coming, you've got these opportunities, and it's very good for mental health, if that's how you feel, to see this as a stepping stone to a broader approach to widening your community. Yeah, because you are part of it. I'll tell you something, whether we like it or not, we are all part of our local communities. It's just, you know, it doesn't feel like that because these days we don't go around each other's houses and knock on the neighbours' doors and stuff, but, you know, we are part of them. Just, you know, that's involved sometimes. To Sleep to Chance Dream says she'd love to have sex with a Tudor ghost, so I'm to dress up as the ghost of Shakespeare for a night of frolics and bonking. To Sleep to Chance Dream loves it when I do this. Little side tangent now. Tudor Hotel. There'll be some around my way. There's got to be some around my way. Not the Holiday Inn Express. That's not what I was looking for. The Holiday Inn Express was not what I was looking for. There's a Tudor Hotel, look. That's the first one that came up on Google, so there you go. I'll dress up as the ghost of Shakespeare and we'll go and book the Tudor Hotel for frolics and bonking by the canal. Did you hear what was going on in that hotel room last night? I know, it sounded like a Shakespearean ghost was having sex with a modern age today woman. How could you tell? Well, there was a lot of forsooth and Syrah. You've had a few AD chuffers in the chat. That's right. That's right. That's true. It's so noticeable as well, isn't it? It didn't happen when I talked about this. It didn't happen when I talked about that. But all of a sudden you talk about AD and you've got chuffers in the chat. It'll die down. They'll die down or become assimilated into our group. And at first they might be eggy. So, you know, at first they might be eggy. So you've got to give them a break for that. They are going to be at first, aren't they? But they'll become mimps. That's right, Peachy. Mimps. They won't be able to avoid it. The beautiful thing about the mimps thing is that's Alan doing it. Like, they like Alan and he said mimp. So they can't not like it. They must like it. We all like that. Why doesn't Alan just fuck off the true crime and just go into rapping? I would watch it. Don't you think? If Alan just went into music production, wouldn't you just rather watch him doing that? You could do a whole album of the mimp. Mimping is the thing that will bring us all together, exactly. I'm going to have to start doing Alan music, and so that I can get him involved doing his own music. We'll have to make Alan music. I'm going to kill a load of stuff now. A load of these little mushrooms that they don't appear to have done anything to anyone, but they're bad mushrooms, just trust me. And as a vegan, I generally, in games like this, I'm like, why do we have to kill all the wildlife? But these are bad mushrooms. That's Bongo Head, trust me. Bongo Head. Bongo Head needs to go. Trust me. This one needs to go as well. I should have brought more fire characters. Now I'm thinking, I've got loads more fire characters. It would have been a great boon. We'll see how this goes. It's like the level's supposed to extra bonus for being a fire character. Alan and the Mimps. There's this thing now. This thing's on alert. Needs to be killed. Make sure you kill this thing. And this thing. In fact, kill everything. That's the general gist of this. So, don't give them time to look around. Get well eggy. Blow them all up. Fuck them all up. Blow them all up. Come on. Go on, Clee. She's only little, but she be mighty. Boom. Keep giving that boom boom pal. This is going slower than it needs to go, I think, at the moment. We've got a problem. Which is that I need more poke on the electric and fire end of my team. Now what? Now what? This chuffer. Come on. How come these chuffers aren't dead? Too slow, too slow. Right, now these are fire ones. So they're fire ones, but they've got a cryo bonus on them. It doesn't matter. They're going down. They're silly little mushrooms. They're going down. Everything fires good against everything in this level. Fire and ice. I should have brought more Electro and fire characters. 2 minutes 30, and we're about halfway through, so this should be fine. I hope. Just come on. Get with the program. Everything you need, die. Even these ones, these big ones that look like chickens, they've got to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide. Not for these choppers.
Stay put. Go get him, Uruguay.
Piling in the damage, got them right on the edge. So I got them trapped essentially, but not doing a lot in terms of numbers speed-wise. I'm going quite slow in terms of numbers of kills. So this might be a fail. I'll have to do it again. This one's jumping around. Okay, here's another big chopper. Good start on this, so I should be able to pile in the damage. I got frozen. No. This is a problem. This is definitely a problem.
With sword comes shadow.
Gonna have to nail some stuff with this special and not be frozen.
Don't be scared.
It's that water thing on the edge that's doing the problem to me. This chopper. 21 of 25. I wonder if I'll get it. 1 minute to go. I feel like we're close.
Go away. Stay put.
Feel like we've got a chance.
Grow.
Got an outside chance.
Don't blink. Cut to the chase.
Only an outside chance. Though. Come on.
Speed of light.
Get it down. Get it dead. This one's jumped around. Come on, get them dead. 12 seconds. One more enemy to go. Let's put on its shields. I've smashed its shields. Come on. 4, 3, 2. Right down to the wire, and I've just failed. Unfortunate. I'll allow that. Yeah, I find this. I can't understand Petty Peach. Like, I don't understand why we have to not be vegan in games. Like, why can't we have a vegan option to complete games where we don't have to abuse animals? Like, it does annoy the piss out of me. In most games these days, I try and play them vegan online. If I'm on, I don't want to be killing animals online and setting a bad example. So, but here, like, you know, there are certain lines where you can't, aren't there? So it's a bit of a shame. In we go again, hard mode again. I just made one mistake here and I didn't take enough fire characters. And so, I'm just going to go hard on
I got you, boss.
fire. And take Doritos as well.
Come on, let's go. There's a fortune to be made.
This should work. Should. You've got away. Nice when you get away like that. Stay in the middle, you choppers.
You're dead meat! Let's get it on!
Yeah. One of the things I like about this game is the strong female characters. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's a waifu game. Oh, you love the girls in the game, but like they're strong, positive role model characters. Like they're good.
Buckle up!
Right, here's the big chopper that slowed us down. Not having you slow us down this time. melted down.
Boing, boing, boom!
Oh, careful. Got something to deal with these choppers though. The magical lamp would be perfect for this. See how we're going through them a bit quicker this time. With the right squad. Just a little alteration to the squad made all the difference. Don't speak too soon. Oosh.
You're dead meat!
You're dead meat. Well, dead mushroom anyway. Dead. Oh no.
Cut to the chase! Boing, boing, boom!
Where's the goods?
Sheet of light!
Come on, let's put the damage in. Nice numbers.
La la.
Dumpy, dumpy! Ha! Huh. Incoming!
Go on, Clee. Sweet. There's more.
Don't blink!
It does not
Like
stop.
sword comes shadow!
But this is where we were on the last run last time. This is where we got.
You ain't
Got to keep focused on not getting frozen. I was going to say, and I got frozen immediately. It's this chopper that keeps me wet that's the problem. Being cold isn't the problem, and frozen. It's getting wet first. So I don't know what I'm doing now.
Blazing delight! Boing, boing, boom!
This is fine.
Incoming! Nowhere to hide!
Last 2. 3. 2. Oh no. 2. Last 2. But we've got a minute this time instead of 30 seconds or whatever it was last time, so we think we do it.
Boing, boing, boom! Yeah! Woo! Da da da! Speed of light! Huh? Let's get it on! You're dead meat!
Yeah. Sweet. I'm checking chat now. How do I know if a message is being checked? I'm just looking at it. If I look at it. Oh, I see. What happens is sometimes auto-moderator. This one's come up on auto-moderator because of the word kinky. So I have to press allow because on Twitch, instead of having bad words go up all the time, it automatically, oh, that might be a bad word. And I press allow and then it comes up. That happens. Because I set it to be careful on the words. I should take that off actually because I don't care what people say really, but when it was, first getting started, I just thought, oh, I'll turn that on. What's going on here? Emirites and treasure hoarders are wandering in the domain. They believe treasures are worth... I don't care what they're here for. I just got to kill them, yeah? And I've got Clear Waters, Ring Dancers. They're my main ones. Sunfrost, Scorching, so that's fire. Day Thunder, Clear Water. I need Electro and maybe some Cryo on my team, I think. There's a Pyro. Yeah, I need some Electro and Cryo, and maybe Water and Cryo. I'm not having you having linchpin resistance. Unleash their spirits of own immediately. They get their special moves straight away. Nah. That's the way we're going. And HP higher, elemental mastery increased. Yeah, I'll have that. Healing bonus, meh. Shield strength, meh. Trigger, get element, get more stuff, yeah. And I think I know what I want for this. I think I'm going back to my more traditional A-list. But with a
Time to broaden the horizons again.
non-traditional healer there.
Here.
I think this will be fine. See, look, you've written penis, and I have to allow that now. And scrotum, I've had to allow that as well now. Just all the words. It'll be all the words. Depending on context, maybe.
Ring cutter. Rain outlines. Don't blink.
Come on, you coward!
Incoming. Change of plan.
Happy to apply. Happy to apply.
Opening
Get your
box
head
of
kicked in,
Adepti
Chopper.
Tricks.
Don't blink.
Okay, we've got some bigger chuffers now taking the
I
field.
see everything.
This one needs to go. Aim for the big chuffer first in this situation.
Incoming.
This may
Although
hurt a
in
little.
other situations, it's good to get rid of the little chuffers first. Because they're all pecking at you, but here, big chuffers have got to go down, I'm afraid.
With sword comes shadow.
Now you're testing my
We've got all the specials popping, and they are getting their heads chopped off. They don't enjoy this.
Sharing my knowledge.
It's about speed, because there'll be more. I got frozen.
Body and mind. Let me weave. Incoming. Cut to the chase.
Punch it back. Yeah,
Don't
that's
blink.
really chuffing dead.
Go. Like. Orders given. Orders received.
Incoming.
Where's my specials? Why have my specials slowed down?
Nowhere to hide.
Energy recharge minute. Okay, here's another chuffer.
Don't blink. Hey.
Faster.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Witness the power of Fuwa. Incoming.
You're laughing at me. You're getting me killed there. That was dangerous.
Dance with me.
Dance with me. Good thing. Just throwing that ring
Be
around.
a good audience, won't you?
It's getting hectic.
Cut to the chase.
Focus on the main one. Get her done.
Not done yet.
Not done yet.
Nice.
Chop off. Right, that's good, because that's the main danger in that situation.
Opening box of Adepti Tricks.
That's what would get us killed.
Ring cutter.
Like, these chuffers are throwing things from the outside and they're annoying me, but they can't really kill me. Whereas this chuffer in the middle, they could really kill me, so...
Time to act.
Now I can just annihilate these.
Go.
This may hurt a little. Make yourselves at home.
2 minutes, over a third of the way through. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
Close, actually. Let's see.
Another test subject.
Witness the power. Don't blink.
Hey,
Another test subject.
sharing my knowledge.
Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Stronger than I thought.
Shit.
Your coming was foretold.
Orders given.
I'll foretell your coming, you fucker.
Nice.
I let my guard down.
1 minute to nail these choppers.
Mighty as it.
No, I got someone killed. That's really going to damage me. Eat the Teviat fried egg, you chopper. Need to heal her up now. That's wasting my time.
Grow.
You get no specials off. Come on.
For the eternal oasis.
She's well eggy.
No, my sword.
Dance with me.
Don't blink.
No, don't die, don't die.
Be a good audience, won't
Just
you?
at least get one of them killed. Focus, focus. One down.
Done yet.
One down, one down. Come
A minor.
on. Stop shooting me, you chuffer. Thank you very much. She's squealing. I had a Mega Drive at one point, and my I had a NES and my friend had a Mega Drive, so I played them on his system a lot. And then as I got older, I was able to just buy whatever I wanted at one point, wasn't I? When I had a job and I was, you know, growing up with a job. So I got an old Mega Drive and I played some Mega Drive, I think, you know, a bit, but I don't remember that exact game. However, if it's on, you know, if it exists, it exists and we can get to it. So, Phantasy Star. Oh, it's online now. Phantasy Star. Oh wow, this looks quite cool. Online 2, New Genesis global gameplay. So there'll be Phantasy Star, the original RPG. This will be what you're talking about, isn't it? On the Master System. JRPG. So I'm sure we'll be able to find that and play it. And then these days, there's a more modern one, which is on Steam, Phantasy Star 2 Online. So a lot like the game I'm playing now, that's online and like keeps going forever. There's like an online, like it's very similar to the game I'm playing now. Do you know what I mean? Look, baddies and monsters, and they've got swords, and so we could actually play the modern one as well if you want. Wild. Looks pretty cool.
It was on a deserted moonlit night that the hero approached.
It looks very much like Genshin Impact. Like this is very much like what we're doing now, but for a different world. You know, they're trying to create the same sort of vibe in a different world, aren't they? New regions, new places, unlocking as it goes on.
The long-awaited major update arrives at last.
Updates, new characters. Well, that looks kind of cool. But the one that you wanted to play, I bet there's a way of. Although it's going to get every time I'm looking how to play. I bet there's a way of playing the original as well. You know, Phantasy Star Classics. The classics here on Google Play, so I could just get it on Google. That's interesting.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow. Huh? All will be revealed in the next volume? Oh, drat.
Looks cool. It's like, it's interesting because when you look at it from like these different ends of the scale now, like back then it was like this. Now it's like the game I'm playing now, and obviously they tried to give that feel, but limited by technology, and this is what they came out with. And then these days they've made like a much, you know, more modern run at it, and it comes out differently. But these games still have like a great place in everyone's heart, like the JRPG. So this is cool. We could just play this.
I never embark on a journey without a good book
I haven't got a
to accompany
device.
me.
All right, I haven't got a phone. You mean? Well, I've got a phone. I might have associated it with this account. Maybe I've got to play it on my phone. I'm a bit confused. But if it exists and we can play it, you know, we can have a crack at playing it sometime, yeah. I like pixel art as well. I love the modern pixel art games. You don't want to revisit it. It definitely lends itself to 3D treatment. It does, like, the whole concept is there in the old way, though, and it's nice to see both, like, and now it's a game like the one I'm playing here now, like, so.
It was on a deserted moonlit night
now it's a game
that the
like this.
hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair.
That's what these games are like, isn't it? Maybe I'm a bit big in the frame. Should have thought about that before we started streaming your chuffer. It's too late now. Maybe I'm a bit big in the frame. Because we were doing this, but there you go. A bit smaller in the frame now. Although I'm the main one. It will be interesting to see what they've done with it. I'll have to have a look at that. I've got Steam as a separate, like, you can't see it, but it's on my screen as a separate window. Steam, the gaming store. And if I search for Phantasy Star, the problem is if it's good, right, it's a free to play. It's like the one I'm playing, it's free to play. So I could definitely get it and play it, but then I'm playing another game where, like, you know, you have to play it every day and you keep playing a lot, and like I can't commit to this But what I can do is I can have a look at it. So we won't do it today, but I'll have a look at it on another stream. You know, we'll do a stream of Phantasy Star Online 2 and say, what's Phantasy Star Online 2 like? And I won't get deep into it because I'm not going to play it for years and years, but it came out in 2020 and it's an ongoing game, much like Genshin Impact. So it will be interesting to compare the two, for sure. So that's penciled in. Probably have a go at that the week. Oh, I've got Zelda coming up, obviously. That's going to be our main one. But, you know, we're definitely penciling that in, yeah. Interesting take on an alternative to Genshin. That I will be able to play a short amount of I'm saying this, that I will be able to play a short amount on and then put down, won't I? But no, I'll probably play it once and be like, this is brilliant as well. Oh, I want to play this as well as Genshin Impact. Now I've got 2 games I play every day. And this is, you can see already, there's quite a lot to do over here. Add it to the list, yeah, I'll add it to the list. Like, obviously I'm not going to download it now and upload it and start playing it now at 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's definitely on the list, yeah. Because I am interested in it, because it looks like this. This is the way forward in a lot of ways for computer games, I think.
Time to act.
I mean, everything will still exist. You'll still get like little puzzle games on your handheld, you know, and everything in between. But this is. I came into this as a bit of a skeptic. Genshin Impact, you know, oh, it's a bit of a cheap take on Zelda, and they just want your money for the characters, and people who are into the characters end up spending a load of money, and it's a gacha. They call it a gacha game. Gachapon is the Japanese term for like getting a Kinder Egg and having one of those Kinder Eggs. Oh, it's a Kinder Egg of a game. It's not. It's a wonderful, ranging, endless scope, lovely style, stories, structure, gameplay loops, characterization, voice acting, music, environment. It's a magnificent game. I'm really, really a big fan of Genshin Impact.
If my calculations are correct, Wanwen Bookhouse is due to receive a batch of new releases today. Might we add a small detour to our adventure?
Just making a little Chifa. He's just chilling there. Then we're on to our next set of mini games. Quite content seeing if I can bang these out tonight. All the mini games. Been a bit of a weird day because I was going to do thus, and then Steve did say yesterday he felt a bit poorly, he wasn't sure, or like, you know, have a backup plan just in case. But I thought, nah, he'll be there, he'll do it. And then he was poorly, and then so I did the tweet, oh, we're going live at half, and then I looked at my Twitter and he was like, I'm poorly, and I'm like, oh no. Oh, what am I going to do? Didn't really panic a lot. I just thought this is going to be fine, but you know, it was if it had been a week where I'd done a lot of research or something, that would have been fine. Didn't it all originate from Dungeons and Dragons? A lot of it did. You're right. A lot of it can trace its roots back to that because Dungeons and Dragons existed as a tabletop game, and the first...
I never embark on a journey without a good book to accompany me.
The first attempts to create role-playing games on computers were emulations of Dungeons and Dragons, maybe. Of course, Dungeons and Dragons, you can go back to Tolkien, maybe. Maybe Tolkien goes back to something before it. Dungeons and Dragons still exists. You've got Game of Thrones now as well. I'm trying to go over there, wherever there is. Actually, I need to spend some resin. What I need to do is do a quick boss fight and spend some resin quickly. Your resin builds up, and then you spend it when you win a boss fight. So you don't want it to just be sat there at maximum, you want to let it be building up, so I need to do a boss fight.
on a big adventure.
Any update on Alan, says Sneaky Man Tim. What Alan's doing tonight is watching all the content we've been making about him over the last 2 days. Sadly, he can't watch the Hotel Inspector episode because it got a copyright from the people who make the Hotel Inspector thing, and I'm fighting it because fuck them, it's free to use, fair use. And if it turns out they just say no to the fair use and I lose that, then annoying, I have to just mute that part of the stream, which is quite a lot of it, but it only picked up a small chunk of it, you know.
Dumpy Dumpy Go!
So we'll see how that goes. That will be released. That means we've got a whole stream that at the moment is like unseen. Only the people that were live saw it. And when it gets released, it'll be like, wow, released into the wild, great. And from that, I can take more clips. And from what we did today, I can take a clip about what we talked about today with his strange video about the gravestone. So those clips will be put together, so there'll be more content about him. Like the beautiful thing, I was talking about it a little bit earlier, with Alan, is that I can, like he can't not watch it, can he? Do you know what I mean?
Incoming!
Like, you can't not watch it.
Wheel of life.
Let me kill this thing. I'll tell you about Alan.
Speed of light! Cut to the chase! Sparks and flash! Dumpy Dumpy Go! Don't blink!
Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
Commit it to memory! La la la!
This thing is going down. Go on, Pete. Get in there. One more hit.
La la la!
Hitting her. Stop it, you chuffer. Here we go.
Go.
Come on.
This way through the river.
I'm bugging this up.
Speed of light!
Come on.
Roll!
Fuck it up. Oh man, I fucked it up. That annoys me so much because it's just a waste of my time now. I've got to do it all again. Oh, I can do that in one go.
Jumpy Dumpy Go!
Piddle about doing this again now.
Roll them all up! Woo! Not really! Don't blink!
Oh, because I pressed the wrong button when I was changing character. Slowed me down. That's my brain now saying, like, you know, you're slowing down on the game because you've been playing it for hours.
Nowhere to hide.
And I'm trying to talk about Alan. Supposed to be here playing the game, thank you. Alan's secondary in my life. There we go. Let's do it.
Wheel of life.
Thank you. Okay, don't fuck this up now. Focus. Electro. No. Dendro. Then Electro. Thank you. Dendro. Then Electro. Except I went all the way back over there, which was stupid. Okay, got it. I finished it. It's fine. Fine. What do we get? Physical over energy, attack and crit. That's actually quite good. We'll keep that. And 3 of these that we're saving up to get something nice. Still got mini games to do, but the reason we're saving those green ones up is we've got a new character, Kave. Where is he? Kave. And we're ascending him and leveling him up, so...
This'll do nicely. Thank you.
There's always something to improve in this game, which I actually like that. Oh, it's a never-ending treadmill. It's a never-ending treadmill. Yeah, I keep getting new characters and I want them to be better. Yeah, and even the good characters I've got...
my key?
At the top end, they can even get better and better. So, I do want to rank up and level up, and yeah, I like that. Making them really good. It's good. I need to just check in my bag to see if I've got 5 condensed. I need to spend some condensed resin as well. Yeah, so Alan, see, I forgot what I was saying about Alan the idiot. Where am I going for my condensed? I want to do some of these fire, yeah, there. Yeah, we've been holding them to account the last couple of days.
Our work's done for the day.
Alan's going to be watching us right now. You know, you and I both know that what Alan's doing right now is probably, or he's probably finished, hasn't he? He's probably watching it right now. It's quite a lot. There's the 2 hours there, 2.5 hours there, and then in today's episode of the main channel, which he doesn't usually get on my main channel, does he? But because it was all of a sudden, you'll think, oh, he's a bit early. Oh, just doing my little make, getting myself ready. Because it was a random live, because Steve was sick, I just filled a bit of time with Alan today because it was requested. So, you know, I said, what do you want in chat? And they said, Alan. So, all right, I did a bit. So, I'll cut those videos out. They'll go on the B-side channel, and Alan is going to be watching them. And that's the beautiful thing about him, as he's a narcissist, is I can infuriate him. Like, you and I, we all know it, don't you? Like, you know it, I know it. I don't have to be, like, too mean even. Just the fact, like, he was watching us while he was streaming yesterday, and he had to stop his thing, put on a video, and watch what we've been doing. You know, that was insane, wasn't it? Today we did those crows as well. That could come out and be a little video, can't it? Because it gets lost in the live stream otherwise. My dad's got a parrot. I think it's a bad move he's made. It's going to outlive him, and I don't want to have to fucking look after a parrot. Like, my cat would go nuts. I understand that they're nice birds that people, you know, all well and good that other people want to, but like for me, in our lifestyle, I'm not looking forward to having to look after that parrot one day, I'll tell you that. So I don't know what's going on with that. I used to have a difficult rescue dog, and he used to complain all the time about the difficult rescue dog. And then he went and got himself a parrot, and it's like, can't be left on its own. If you want to adopt it, that would be wonderful. You know, we need to find a good home for this parrot. The thing is, my dad doesn't want to give it to somebody who will put it in a cage and keep it in the parrot's got its own little room at the moment. Like, you know, it needs space because it's a big chuffer. And he doesn't want somebody who's going to, like, sort of lock it away and treat it like an animal. He wants it to be treated like a pet member of the family and all that business. So, like, he's very precious over the, like, trying to rehome it was possibly on the cards, and then he was getting very precious about it. So, you have to be prepared to be, like, super involved with the parrot. Like, maybe we'll do it as a thing on the stream, you know. Maybe I'll put you in touch with my dad. No, I think it's a good idea. Like, it's like having an extra purse around with birds. That's it. Like, my dad keeps going on about it, in that, like, you know, we'll do a family event and say, I've got to go and look after the parrot now. And it's not like you can bring it, but you've got to go home all the time to be, like, you know, you need to be in a lot, don't you? Like, the parrot can't be left a lot. So that's a bit of an issue. And it bites as well. I should have said that. It's bitey. Our lives are dense. It'll take him weeks to get through one of them. Could you imagine on stream I've got a parrot on my shoulder and it bites me? Could you imagine? That would actually work as a stream. That would actually work. I could keep it in the room that I stream in, couldn't I? And it would just be in this room permanently, futting around and strutting around. And then, and I wouldn't, because of all the wires. It would be a nightmare with all the wires. But, you know, imagine that. The parrot comes and sits on my shoulder. Maybe I could have it. Maybe it'd be a great boon. And maybe I'd be like a super live streamer with a parrot. But then I'm exploiting an animal for my live stream, so maybe that's not so good. I don't know how Alan will find that bit about him in today's episode, but I'll cut it as a video anyway to irk him. And Alan is watching all of our content, so it takes a lot. And he's watching other people's true crime content and regurgitating it as his own. So it takes a lot. Like, Alan's got, in his life, a lot of watching of videos to do. And a lot of being angry to do. And then he's going to react to them, so that's always good. And he got this one, but he doesn't know about the arm. Like, the one that he can't access would be annoying him as well. Sorry, lives. It's annoying me, but this is the live watch and react. But before it, we did the hotel inspector. And so he knows the hotel inspector is in here somewhere, awaiting its approval by YouTube. Actually, I need to update that thumbnail to a more bright thumbnail. So I hope that answers your question. I've gone on about it and on about it. Like, in a small way, Alan's getting a boost because, you know, it's different. You know, Venn diagrams where things overlap. Like, a lot of the people who watch my content will already know who Alan was because they're already in the true crime circle. Like, a lot of people who came from the Nicola Bully stuff already in the true crime circle, so I know about Alan. I just repeated myself there. But there'll be people who are intrigued and go and watch his content because I've raised him as a figure. So people think, oh, like, you're talking about, I mean, you might be watching now, you never know, but you're talking about Alan, so you're putting a lot of, you know, it's like no news is bad publicity or whatever, isn't it? You know, you're putting a lot of eyes his way, so actually you're helping him, but not really, you see, because the things I'm saying and the ideas that I'm presenting, people will then look at Alan differently if they've been confused by him. Less people are going to watch Alan in the long run. That's what's going to happen. So there's no, yeah, you're right, there's no such thing. But the other way around is right for me, you see. When Alan mentions me, it benefits me immensely. Like, he can't stop doing it. I wish he'd do it more. If Alan's listening, I'll say this openly and honestly, right? Look at this. This is what Alan needs to know. And I don't want to be this on the internet, but Alan needs to know this. He doesn't know about these things because, like, he's been around the internet for ages, but he doesn't know what Drama Alert is, does he? Pretty sure Alan doesn't know Drama Alert. But Drama Alert's got 5 million subscribers, and they're currently going into this. Keemstar has personally given everyone permission to react to this documentary. It's got nearly 100,000 views. They're doing a boxing match between these two chuffers. You know, internet people are on the internet, and there's this channel called Drama Alert, and they've done videos over the years, and their most popular videos are about people having a row with each other on the internet, and, you know, the people on the internet doing X, Y, Z, and it's the drama that surrounds the characters. It's not the actual content of the characters. Mr. Beast fake videos, Drama Alert, Deji interrupts, Logan Paul in trouble, drama, Logan Paul roasted by the Dolan twins, you know, this sort of stuff. It's fun. I don't really like Keemstar personally. I'm not a big Keemstar fan. I think some of it is feeding off the pity and the misery of others or something, you know what I mean? And, like, sometimes he inserts himself into a drama and creates one where there isn't one, and a lot of the time he's been a bit, you know, he's like the tabloid newspaper of the internet, the tabloid newspaper of YouTube, of these, you know, the Logan Paul and the Mr. Beast generation. He's like, and before that even, he was around before that, of a previous generation. He's a tabloid newspaper of an internet channel. But there's loads of views and loads of people enjoy it and watch it. So Alan doesn't understand that at all. And the best thing Alan's got, because like these people, right, let's watch a bit of this little quick bit.
And this is Boogie 298. This is Wings of Redemption. And this is Boogie 2988. And if you know either one of these individuals,
Sneaky Man Tim knows what I'm talking about. The rest of them in chat possibly don't know about Keemstar, but Keemstar does, like, you're right, memes, but also he wrongly accused a guy of being a paedophile, and that was really rough, you're right. And, like, Keemstar has done a load of things that I wouldn't invite him to my house for dinner. Like, I don't think he's quite on the right side of the ethics all the time, and overall I think he's been a bit of a chuffer sometimes, but you can't dispute the fact that his content gets a lot of views and people are interested in it. A bit like the tabloid newspapers, you know, a bit like those bad journalists who follow people around, but you look at the pictures, and so he's like a slightly more palatable American Piers Morgan, yeah, possibly, and he's on the internet, he's an internet person, you know, he's in the internet world, so some of these stories wouldn't get on mainstream TV, but in the internet world, it's all, you know, oh, have you seen this on YouTube? Do you know what I mean? It's like a, yeah, no, it's interesting because I appear to be sort of speaking up for Keemstar, but I would never have expected myself to be the person who does. But what I understand of it is, you know, you've got to separate. He's a chuffer, and he doesn't have that many ethics, and he does all these unethical things, and he makes these videos, and it's all drama. And, like, some people don't even want to look at drama. Oh, I don't want to look at drama. But you have to appreciate that on the internet, with these characters, this is like this story that goes on around them. And in the mainstream media, that would be on the Beast. Like, it's Love Island, and it's the Love Island after party where we watch them and talk about them afterwards. And it's Big Brother, and it's the big Little Brother after show where we talk about them. And then we've got the news and the magazines. And the internet doesn't do all that other stuff, the after show and the news and the magazines. It just does more internet. More videos. So this is like content around content, and it exists. And Drama Alert have done a really good job of capitalizing on it and making it into content. And so this exemplifies, this for me is what Alan really needs. The reason I'm saying this, like, Peachy knows about Keem, but she doesn't really follow massive streamers and content creators. And Keem obviously does, you know, like the tabloids, you have to go after the bigger fish to get the feeding frenzy going and stuff.
This is Wings of Redemption. And this is Boogie2988. And if you know either one of these individuals, I don't have to convince you to watch this documentary. I know you're watching every second. But if you don't know them, let me explain to you why a simple tweet that I put out suggesting that we were in talks to have these two box each other went absolutely viral, getting 5 million views.
Why the fuck is this happening? Because it's a circus event. I mean, I'll be honest, I'll probably watch it. I am very curious to see how this unfolds. These are 2 lol cows. You have to keep that in mind. And they know that. They're self-aware. But winning this fight is a huge step in a direction away from a lol cow.
So it's this thing again, like Darkside Phil. Someone that people laugh at, you know, an idiot on the internet. You need to know, like, people need to know their place. Charlie's not a lol cow. Charlie's a social commentator. He knows who these people are. And there's because they're having a boxing match. Because of the drama alert. Because in the past they've been dramatic characters. People laugh at them for being a bit of an idiot. They're having a tetch on YouTube again. They're throwing the controller and they've smashed it. Oh, they're begging for money. You know, all these funny things. Oh, we laugh at them. We laugh at them. You can see they're figures of ridicule rather than heroes. But through this process of doing the boxing match, they're going to do whatever. Like, it's not really about the boxing match for me. What it's about is Alan doesn't realise he's these people. Alan is these people. Alan's not a detective. Like, I don't want to go on too much about Alan again, but we're talking about it again. Alan's not a detective. And he's got a bad knee, you're right, I have to do him at dry. We'll have to do it at poker. It'll end up being poker. I'll have to beat him at his own game. But Alan's not a detective. Alan's on the internet making videos, and there's a very small niche of people who think that he's a good chuffer and I like to give him money. Like with these people, they've got small niches with them who think they're good. Like with Darkside Phil, people give Darkside Phil money, but he's an idiot on the internet and people laugh at him. And other people have been making, like before I turned up, there was Truth Justice and Martin Dean and Genetic Code, Lizzie Taylor and others making videos about Alan. And there's another one I really want to shout out as well that I'll get up on the channel and we'll have a little look at. So Alan doesn't understand his place in the internet. He thinks he's Armchair Detective. I see him as these guys. So for me, the best thing Alan can do is to play into it. Like these guys are doing the boxing match. Like Alan should abandon his crime content really and start arguing with me a lot more, because then there's drama and there's content. I mean, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Oh, drama, it's not really content. But do you know what I mean? People would rather watch Alan and me have a back and forth than Alan talk at length about some bullshit that's not really relevant to the Nicola Bulley case because he's making it up. Like, he's actually, this is what he's really got. If he doesn't do that, when the Nicola Bulley case, like imagine they come back from the inquest and they say Nicola Bulley was proven to be a suicide and I have to say I'm wrong about Emma and we all have to say we're wrong, and they've got like CCTV of her walking into the river and drowning and everything from the inquest. We imagine that, right? Let's just say that happens and we all have to eat our words. Then what? Alan's got nothing. He can't keep talking about it. Or they come back from the CCTV and they've got the entire crime on CCTV, you know, entire crime on CCTV, and it turns out that she was murdered or whatever it comes. You know what I mean? Imagine you get a resolution and Alan can't really talk about it, or he can a bit, but people lose interest. What's he really got? Like, he has to hope that somebody else has a Madeleine McCann moment in our media so that he can talk about it. Because he himself, digging up old silly crimes and stuff, he's going to get like 1,000 views, he's going to peter out, it's not going to be interesting. He hasn't really got the nous to be a media producer. Like, his content, like look at this documentary that we're watching here, put together quickly by a team on the internet, and compare it to how Alan makes his videos.
That I put out suggesting that we were in talks to have these two box each other went absolutely viral, getting 5 million views.
Alan's, you can't even hear the words because his microphone doesn't work properly when he's trying to record and send at the same time or whatever. Like, you know, he's not a good media producer. He's misplaced where he thinks he is. So I'm confident about this. It sounds bad on my end that I would want to lower myself to let's make drama content, Alan. Why don't you and me have a row on the internet? Like, I'm not doing it behind closed doors and sending him an email. Alan, why don't we have a secret beef? It's not that. It's just that I think this is all Alan can do. Like, this is his future and best hope. And I'm going to keep him on this level. Like, I'm going to keep him on the lol cow level And the way I treat him in my content is in the same way as Keemstar treats the people that he talks down to on his. So I feel like I understand this aspect of it. And I feel a bit like Keemstar. Like,
right? They need to make sure you're healthy enough to actually do a boxing match.
I feel like Keemstar insofar as like with Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil has been invited by Keemstar, right, to do a podcast. Keemstar said to Darkside Phil, why don't you do a podcast? I'll give you loads of money. And Phil said, oh, no, I won't do it. I'm not a lolcow. Well, like, you've just missed out on loads of money. It's frustrating. So for me and Alan, it would be so fun for me to have the back and forth. Like, imagine you even came on a stream and we had a row, or well, not a row, but you know, a back and forth, an argument, a discussion about him and his behaviour, and he had to defend himself. We had I'm just assuming that would get a lot of views. And like, we're on YouTube. Don't you want views? Like, not oh, I'll abandon all my morals and I'll just like become an arsehole to get views. Not that, but like, honestly, like, we're content creators. We've got an actual legit beef. And we can't, like, we have to make petty little pokes at each other in videos that, like, I suppose what I'm trying to say is I'd rather meet it head on and have it out and show it as a thing. And I think it's an opportunity in a way, rather than like looking at it as a shit. Like, and Alan can't, like, he has to make petty little. Like, I'm not making petty little pretend beefs. Like, I'm not saying Wigman or anything. I'm saying exactly what I think all the time. But for Alan, it has to, like, why doesn't he just come out from the shadows, his own shadow man? Why doesn't he just come out from his own shadows and just like meet this head on and do some content? Like, not, do you know what I mean? Like, there's more to this YouTube world than like, stay in your lane and I'll make these little videos. Like, look at these guys making like something of nothing in a way. Like. And these are big fat chuffers. Alan didn't want to do the boxing match. He's not interested. But this is what goes on in the YouTube world. Look, I've got all these cameras. You know, I've got all this kit. We can knock this together. What about Scott and Alan go on tour? What about that? Scott and Alan go on tour and you have to just put up with it, Alan. Me and you go on a tour and you just have to put up with it. Like, we'll make some content. Like, but he doesn't seem to be up for anything, does he? He wants to make his little snide pokes. He hasn't branched out into making any other form of content. Like, I'll review your comments here now, because I do feel a little bit like it's really weird that I'm saying this, because I feel like I'm saying let's start an internet beef for drama, and that's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's already a dispute between us and you're already poking me, but you're doing it from like within these little like hidey holes instead of making some content out of it. And the best thing Alan could do, like, he would be surprised. He'd get, like, if you look at Alan's channel, let's just go to YouTube and go to Armchair. If you look at, and don't look at Alan's channel, but if you do, then you'll notice on the videos he uploaded recently that this one with my thumbnail, with me in the thumbnail, has got 6,000 views. And the one before it with Nicola Bully in the thumbnail has got 5,000 views. And the one after it with him has got 3,000 views. And then Nicola Bully 4,000. And then Obios 1,000. I'm the most popular video. Aren't I there? So why don't you do more about that, Alan? I think that makes sense anyway, what I'm saying. It just seems like Alan's missing an opportunity, and it's his only opportunity. And then we could have some fun, and I don't know. Don't know where it could go. I'd like to have that fun, but Alan won't really, you know, he doesn't really get it. Anyway, I'm going to go back through your comments and just read them now, because I watched Alan once. It was boring. Yeah, I remember reading this, so I'll move down. You watched Nikocado Avocado. Oh, in that case, Tim, I'll show you a video today now. You're talking to each other, which is great, so I can agree with that, and I'm happy with what you're saying. Alan couldn't keep it going because he was narc. Yeah, because he's a narc and he's getting mimped, yeah. But that's the beauty of it. He should bring that out. Be yourself. The truth about the YouTube that everyone should understand, and streaming and all of this, is be yourself and bring it out. That's you. That's you. Don't try and play some fake act, because the mask on streaming on YouTube, it's too much content. The mask slips. That's the problem with Alan. You see, like, when he gets really angry about something, then has to calm down. Like, just be yourself. If you want to get angry, throw and shout and throw the things, Alan. Like, just be yourself. Like, you get seen anyway. Do you know what I mean? People see who you are anyway, so it's better just to be yourself. The peak content was Chris Chan was when he had a singing contest with the guy who was imitating him to prove he was the real Chris Chan and lost. I followed a bit of Chris Chan, yeah. You get random people stop you in the street and tell you their life stories. I like meeting people, but you've had friends and let it go because they aren't willing to help themselves. You're talking to each other again, though. Yeah, that's cool. And yeah, you're right, ACW. I could find a gentle way of talking to Alan. If it was face-to-face in an actual live stream, you know, on the thing, there could be moments where I could tease him and push his buttons. But really, you know, I'm a human being, and I'm not going to be obnoxious and rude just for the sake of being obnoxious. You know, I'm sure we could talk, and we would end up having some contention. And I would try and, you know, like I moderate in chat, you know, I would try and moderate Alan a little bit. But at the same time, if you wanted to go there, the back and forth and the poking at each other and stuff like that, I could do that. Like, we can play that game as well, I suppose. Like, that's a lot of fun for me. Like, we have fun. I put on the wig and we're making fun and we're having, like, I'm wearing a t-shirt. I got myself a t-shirt. Like, I enjoy this. It's not like I'm bullying him so it's fun and I'm mean. It's like, it's fun. I'm wearing a t-shirt. Like, have a laugh. Let your hair down. Like, he makes a joke about me about Wigman. It's not like I'm seething about, oh, fucking he called me Wigman. It's like, ha ha ha, I find it fun. I get funny. Like, I'll make a joke. Like, it's funny. Like, make a joke about me as well. Like, it's fun. So anyway, yeah. He'd have to accept the lolcow stuff was his last hurrah. Yeah, that will happen though, because this will peter out, and eventually what will happen with Alan's content is that the true crime stuff will peter, won't it? This Nicola Bulley stuff. I assume, it might not be quick overnight, but it will peter out the Nicola Bulley views, and or maybe he just talks about Madeleine McCann. Like, Madeleine McCann still got 5,000 views, so maybe he talks about it forever, but eventually it will be obvious to him that the content, when he drops a little rant about Scotty Hottie, he gets more views on that one. You know, at the moment he hides it in between these things, doesn't he? So he doesn't know whether people have watched that episode because of Emma White or because of the rant he made about me. He doesn't know. And he'll assume it's because of his good stuff and not because of the rant, but he doesn't know, yeah? But eventually, he, you know, as the peter out happens, these little videos will get more than anything else, and he'll realise it. So maybe that, yeah. Yeah, you're all good in chat, aren't you? You watch Drag Race. Okay. Let's have a quick look at this, because I've done this. This is me, and like I underestimate. What was he talking about? My channel. Underappreciated I am. I've done one about that chuffer. Might as well watch my own chuffing stuff. I think Nikocado Avocado is a genius. What? Nikocado Avocado is a genius, and I will tell you why. What? Isn't he supposed to be a chuffer? I think he's supposed to be a chuffer, isn't he?
You're with Scott. This is Ganja Kid, the stream.
It's me.
It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear, and this is your left ear. We're going to start with the controversial YouTube drama. Nikocado. I can't say that. Charlie here is basically saying Nico Avocado is killing himself for views. And the premise is that Nicky Avocado, the premise is that Nikocado Avocado is doing all these mukbang videos, eating a lot of food, and that the people are watching all the videos, they're buying his t-shirts, and so he's doing more videos and eating more food. The end point is that he's going to die, it's unhealthy, and he's doing it for views, and that's kind of bad. I'm not here to say what everyone else is saying, that Nico Avocado is making himself fat and it's bad, and he's doing it for views and it's bad. I'm here to say something slightly different. So stay here and wait to hear what I've got to say about this. Let's have a little look at someone who is in the process of eating themselves to death for YouTube views. There he is, he's in bed with all the food, all the fast food there. There's an even more special element to it, is that he was a vegan, like quite a normal looking, maybe, you know, he had his own issues with food, who knows, he says he did. I'm not here to judge what he, anyway. Nico Avocado started out as a vegan, right? And has gone down this road of what seems to be really unhealthy, dangerous, mukbang, eating videos. That's where we've got to today. I think Nico Avocado.
This could be punchier.
Avocado. I think you're all being really mean to him. I think these people are being really mean to Nico Avocado. This, a cry for help. That's mean. That's mean. A cry for help. He knows what he's doing.
He's been stuffing his face. He's been feeding himself these foods every day that he knows will eventually, if he keeps eating it, lead to an early death. But because getting him views and clout, he's going to keep going and doing it.
You've missed the point. Nico Avocado is a genius. Nico Avocado is a genius. And I will tell you why. Look at this t-shirt he's got on here. It's your fault. One of the t-shirts he's marketing to the people who watch him on the YouTube. It's your fault. There's a little message there. Nico Avocado, in my opinion, and this is just my humble opinion, is an absolute genius. Nico Avocado is a performance artist. Nico Avocado is a genius performance conceptual artist. Let's investigate. This is Following Piece by Vito Acconci. I think it's Acconci. I'm not a great pronunciator of names. Look. What happened in Follow Piece, this is in the 60s, mind you, he went following people around and he took some photographs of him following the people around and he mapped out the routes on a map and wrote down his notes about what happened, how he maintained eye contact with them until they went into eye contact, like they could see, like maintained so that he could see them until they went to a private place, and then he abandoned his following and followed these people to their places from one initial. He did just some following some people. Right? He presented that thing. That was the art that he presented. That he put in the gallery. But really, the art. Yeah. Wah! Okay. All right with the music. The art was what he was doing. Was following the person around. This was he did this in the midst of the explosion of the performance art and conceptual art movement. So he said, I'm almost not an I anymore. I put myself in the service of this scheme. A transcript lays out the terms of the scheme and the photo collage documents several of the actions. So what he said was, he's not I anymore. Conceptual art is about the art being more than the medium. Is art the paint? Or is it the canvas? Is it the way the paint is arranged on the canvas? Is art in the hand of the artist that does the arranging? Or is art a great big bowl of noodles that you shovel into your face in repeated YouTube videos and uploads as you get increasingly more obese? Is that art? I think it is. Performance was a big part of the conceptual art movement, performance art. And one of these performance artists was this fellow, Vito Acconci, and he did this performance of following people. You can't own it or capture it. He told you it happened and he wrote and did a little report, but the art was the bit when it was happening, the feelings that were going on, and that was it. And therefore to these standards, I believe Nico Avocado is a brilliant performance artist. I am almost not an I anymore. I put myself in the service of the scheme. So we're talking about identity, we're talking about who we are, and abandoning that because the art requires that we are a mechanism, a tool of the concept of the art. So we have to follow through. We have to be the art, we have to live it. Can't pretend. If you're going to do it, you're going to make that statement, you have to live it. You can see this by the fact he's wearing this t-shirt that says it's your fault. He's ironically aware of exactly what's going on. He's drawing it. We've already managed to find out from Penguins and the other people that he's getting fat and that it's making him dangerously overweight and unhealthy, and he's getting a lot of YouTube views for it. That's not the end of it though. The end is further in sight when he might even die, and it is your fault because you are feeding it and views and buying the t-shirts, and he's made a big point and a big statement, and there's a big art piece that is therefore created. But he has to follow through. Look at him there. Look, he's not hugely overweight and obese, but he's in a place where lots of other people are, and they go there because they revel in their obesity. And what you get at the Heart Attack Grill is lots and lots of fried, super fried, double fried, really bad for you food. The Heart Attack Grill is a concept restaurant. John Basso clearly wanted the restaurant to make the news and to create a conversation about obesity. Well, it definitely made the news anyway. So, I'll quickly say this. The Heart Attack Grill is an art piece, isn't it? They made this restaurant where they weigh you in,
They weigh you out. You have to finish all your dinner. It's obesity food, like deliberately obesity food. It was a restaurant concept to, like, the shakes are made with extra fat and stuff like this, and it's a statement. That's the right thing, Sneaky Man Tim. Yeah, a statement. So there you've got a young Nikocado Avocado going into the Heart Attack Grill before Nikocado completely went into his, you know, big fat self now. That was when he was transitioning back from veganism into carnivorism. So he'd been on the internet being a vegan. He'd not found this movement supportive, and he'd not been able to share his message. And then he decided to do this. So it seems weird to me that he'd go to the Heart Attack Grill where it's a statement piece, and suddenly his YouTube channel becomes this statement piece and it not be connected. I think he's trying to make the YouTube version of a Heart Attack Grill, and I think this is where he got some of his ideas from, and that's why he wanted to go there and pay homage to that, especially about obesity. And it's interesting that the owner of the controversial Heart Attack Grill in downtown Las Vegas was accused of sexual harassment. So it definitely made the news, but not in the right way. Are you having a chat there about detracting? I think we're all right, aren't we? Like, do you know about detracting though, right? Like, we'll come back to this fat chuffer in a second, but detracting, if I put Dark Side Phil, so Dark Side Phil has detractor content, like people are making detractor content about him, but the level of detractor content goes like pretty deep. So there's people rewatching his streams, there's people making edits, there's people making points about him in edits. There's DSP Bingo, which I watch, where this is the start screen, which is an animation of Phil in his bed with all these stuff around him that's related to his life. And then when he does his stream, they rewatch it. And there's a bingo card, and then if he does things, they get knocked off the bingo card. And if you win, someone wins some money with a spin of the wheel. So there's DSP Bingo, and then there's Dark Side Phil. There's the songs. Like, there's all the songs.
Disappointing. Your detractors, they were right. Holy shit, Phil. Do you hear yourself right now? They were right. Like, we totally fucked him.
Oh, fuck all that noise. Get you a bottle of gin from...
So detracting, I think, is like, some people used to call it trolling. You know, you're on the internet, you're having a pop at someone in a way, but it's not just trolling, because you're not just being mean to someone and you're a bully. There's a reason you're doing it. They've got their content, their presence, you know, what they're doing is on your ethical line, you know, on the wrong side of the ethical line, and you're drawing attention to it, you're making them take account, or you're keeping them to account by just publicly creating opposing content. But also it can be creative. It can be anything from a music piece to an animation to a, you know, it can be creative. And to that end, they've recently made a 3D printed model of Phil. Let's just say that. They've recently made a 3D printed model of Phil that will be given away or sold, auctioned off for charity, and the money will go to a cat charity. And it's a 3D printed model of Phil that was constructed by his detractors. So detracting's a wide thing. But yeah, that's my opinion on that. What I've been doing here in my video is in some way detracting Nikocado Avocado, but also detracting the people who detracted him, I suppose. Because it's not, I think Nikocado isn't just a sort of, oh, he's a fat chuffer on the internet, let's poke a finger and laugh. I think that if you do that, he's poking the finger and laughing at you, because he knows what he's doing.
Well, it definitely made the news anyway. Just a little push from where we are now, not far from where we are now, is such a grotesque version of life that we should see it for what it is and abandon it completely. Instead of trying to sell loads of fried and greasy food to happy fat people, what the guy that runs the Heart Attack Grill is trying to say is, don't come in here and eat like this because it's going to kill you. And it has killed people. There have been deaths because of the Heart Attack Grill, but it's a concept restaurant.
You're right, Nikocado's a character, and that character's made him a lot of money. That's involved as well. I think if initially you're on YouTube as a vegan and it makes you nothing and you don't get any traction and you want to share this message, and then you do a Nikocado thing and it makes you money, like lots of money, you know, millions of subscribers, millions of, you know, t-shirt sales and all that, like, you know, millions, like if it makes you lots of money, I don't know exactly if he's got £1 million or whatever, but if that makes you a lot of money and you get, the way I'm saying this message is going across, I think the message is still going across, but in a very different way. I think like it must be very difficult to extrapolate who you are in your own life and what your choices are from that huge machine that's suddenly feeding back to you. So, and of course, people who don't quite aspire to that higher concept just revel in the gluttony and enjoy it and become part of, they're almost like part of the scenery, but they're prepared to pay to be in there, to be part of this joke played on them, but not really at their expense, but for their benefit, so they can say, oh, hang on, look, if this looks just like the burger restaurant down the road and it's this bad for me, the burger restaurant down the road is only not quite, but it's still quite bad for me. I get the thing now. Maybe I should not go in any of these burger restaurants and live a healthier life. That's the message of the Heart Attack Grill, if you can get it. If you can get it. And that's art, isn't it? That's a piece of conceptual art. Here is, of course, a younger Nikocado Avocado abandoning veganism and entertaining the concepts and joys, sorrows, greeds, gluttonies of the Heart Attack Grill with someone who is making money off something that he, maybe as a vegan, money and success off something that maybe he as a vegan didn't aspire to, or maybe he thinks he's quite negative as a young vegan. So maybe, I'm going to say maybe, look, I'll answer your question now. Does he consider himself an artist? The true artist can never out himself. He can't out himself. It would spoil the art. You can't shatter the illusion if you're the magician. He needs to go to his grave with everyone believing that he abandoned veganism and chose to just eat himself to death for views and money and a few clicks, and that he enjoyed reveling in the gluttony. When the truth, I know the truth, is that he feels disgusted by it, but not ashamed of it, because he's making this greater point and becoming a greater thing. That his identity, that he's put himself in the service of the scheme, and he's no longer whoever that kid was. He's no longer whoever that kid was. Now he's this other thing, Nikocado Avocado. Now he's this, and this thing will die like Jesus to spread a different message across, you know, to show a thing. Imagine the stories when he dies. Imagine what they're going to say about it. The message. Yeah, he's dying for this. He's put himself on the crucifix of fast food. Yeah, actually, I am actually saying that. Yeah, Nikocado Avocado is basically fat Jesus. This is good because what I used to do is I used to write a little scripty bit, and then I used to do a stream and read my script on stream, and then people would talk to me while I'm reading it, and we'd get other bits. So this happened organically out of the script read. Fat Jesus. I don't tend to do that so much these days. You know, I make slightly different content, but I think it's a really good way of, I'm still reflecting on my own content there a little bit, but I think it's a really good way of, like, Alan does the opposite. Alan will make a video first and then watch it on his, like I'm doing here, watch it on his channel and react to his own video. But what we did here was we did a stream and I edited it to make it a video. Do you know what I mean? Like that's different, isn't it? That way, like that way makes sense. The live stream is a live performance, a live broadcast, and then you edit it to make your concise little video. Not you make a little video and then you watch it on your live stream and make a bigger stream out of it. Although that's what I'm doing here. So he's fat Jesus. But rather than just recommend you watch this video, why don't we just watch it together now? So instead of me saying all this stuff again, you brought him up. Here's my video on him, you chuffer. That's what I'm saying. I think he's brilliant for this. I think he's a brilliant, clever, interesting person. I'm not dissing him for getting really obese and unhealthy. And with my old camera and the old setup, I'm not body shaming people. It's not about body shaming. It's about what's healthy and unhealthy. So I don't think it's fair for me as a socially conscious person to be like, oh, you look at how good you look. It is unhealthy. So I'm going to call that as it is for the good of her and the people in the world around us. Of course, people are all different shapes and sizes. And if you're healthy and, you know, you don't have to look like... I'm not saying healthy people look like stick-thin people.
I'm not saying that. This looks to me unhealthy, obese, and they're eating at this restaurant and laughing about it. So that's their bag. But Nikocado is, look at him there, he's young, he's taking it in. I think he's smart enough to see the game. How far he's prepared to go to make the point. It might be a mental health issue. Well, you know, all of us artists are slightly on the edge of the borders of what is, you know, and I'm not even joking here, because a Mental Health Monday, you know, I take these things very seriously. When you explore the edge of your identity, it's going to come at a cost of stressing your mental stability, because that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what you have to do.
That's a really interesting point that I can relate to what we're talking about today. Armchair Detective, you know, being someone online, like I said, I don't have to worry about this mental stress of being someone online because I'm just being me. Like, you're just here with me. We're just having a chat in chat. Like, you know, this was the same back then. I'm still me. You might notice I'm coming across a lot like I come across now, because although this was recorded over a year ago, and there was only one person in chat, you know, it was a much smaller stream setup, but I'm still me. So that's no problem to me. It won't affect me in the long run. Whereas if you're Armchair Detective, or you're playing a role or a character, you know, in some way, and you're not letting your true feelings out all the time, then it can be, you know, it can be difficult, can't it? And yeah, like certainly for Nikocado, I think that's he edits his content. He doesn't do a lot of lives, does he? So he can play the role and then he can sit down and relax. But he has to keep eating and keep being fat. Like, in order to do this, he has to live it, and I think he's committed fully. So I imagine he's not always like this off camera. He's not in conflict about this. He's fully committed. I'm a YouTuber, and I've got, you know, I'm a vegan. And you imagine if tomorrow I said, oh, I'm not going to be a vegan anymore. I decided I want to eat burgers from now on. That video in itself would probably do better than any of my other vegan videos about any other subject. Vegan eats, I could call it Vegan Eats Beef for the first time in 7, 10, 9, 10. I don't know. You know, 10. I'd be more hyperbolic, wouldn't I? Vegan eats 20 burgers after 10 years of abstinence, or do you know what I mean? And then that video would like get a logarithmed on your YouTube, wouldn't it? And then you'd be like, oh, what's Scott doing now? And people would be like, oh, you're doing this is bad for you, wouldn't they? You're like, this is bad for you, isn't it? So by setting a really bad example and making the people around me feel really bad, would it make them question their choices and what they're eating and their lifestyle? Would setting a really bad example gain more traction on YouTube, gain more views, and eventually change more lives for the better? Make people think, oh, I'm not going to eat that rubbish, maybe I should go vegan. Look, he started as a vegan and he looked quite healthy. Now look how he's ended up. If setting a good example wasn't getting the views, would setting a bad example gain more attention? I guess that is the point of what we're talking about here. That question has both been asked and in a way answered by Nico. Of course, it's a very brave and kind of foolish thing to do. It's not something I would do. I want to make a note on intent. But wait, he's not really an artist, is he? He's just a person surfing the algorithm for clicks. It's no deeper than that. Does that matter? Does it matter if you know who the artist was and what was their intent? Or does it just matter that the work makes you feel and think a certain way? That's a different conversation. How can we measure intent? Do we measure intent by the things people tell us? That might be naive, mightn't it? Just to believe the people are doing the things they tell us. Maybe they've got different motives. Maybe it's best to judge someone on their actions. So if you're going to judge me and say, oh, he's an idiot, look, he thinks it's art and it's not art, it's just this, this and this, and I've got my opinions and my opinions and my opinions. Judge me on this. Do I really think he's an artist? Well, yes, of course I don't. Well, yes, of course I don't. I hope you can see that things might not always be as they seem on a YouTube video. You need to look deeply. You need to look deeply and be careful of who you're going to be most critical of. Do you see? Most critical of. It was a pun. I like Charlie. We're all just tiny lights. And the more that you're over there making a mean comment, or over here saying or over here jumping on a bandwagon for YouTube traction, the light's not being shone
into the darkness where it needs to be. We're all just little raindrops, aren't we? We're all just little snowflakes. But you put us all together and you make us. But you put us all together and it creates a storm. And at the moment, Fat Jesus is in the eye of the storm. Next month it'll be a different person on YouTube. Or what's his name? If you Cavos, then it'll be Jake Paul again. Maybe your snowflake, maybe your raindrop, maybe your little light is needed somewhere else instead. Maybe that's the point of this video. Who knows? The media is all an illusion anyway.
I disappeared myself.
No, wait. Don't fade me out. Bring me back. Bring me back. 8 PM GMT every Monday. Mental Health Monday.
Shut up. And then at the end of it, I have a go at this bloke Kavos, because he makes a lot of content where he just bullies people. Like, where his content is just, this is shit, and everyone else thinks it's shit, and so it's shit. And what Kavos does, which I thought was really egregious, was he reads the comments. Like, he'll go down the comments and say, this is the most popular comment, so I'll read that one. And then obviously you're on the right side of popularity because you're reading the most popular comments. So I had a pop at Kavos at the end as well, and the whole conversation was set around like Nicola Cardo Avocado, but it also featured this angle on the people who comment on it as well, like Kavos. So that only got 184 views, and that was a lot of my work went into that.
Something's trending, and then take the most.
Like, a lot of time and work. So come a long way since then. And this channel, Ganji Arts, just not, for a year now has not been. I have not made a edited version of a thing that I've done for the Ganji Arts. I've not made like a social commentary or a video game review on there for over a year, which is a bit of a shame, but we need to get back to that at some point if we can. I do think it could still be strong content. I just think back then I didn't have anyone watching me, but if we did it now in the future, there could be some strong content on there. So that's one of my channels, Ganji Arts. It was going to be like, I was going to do mainstreams, then I was going to do clips and reviews on the Ganji Arts, but it's gone this way now, so this is where we are now with it. Super Chuffer on the mainstream there, pushing 10k, 7.14, keeps going up. That keeps going up. I need to cover something different. I need to broaden our horizons to give it another jump, I think. Where is that video? This is, if you go to Super Chuffer, the main channel that you always watch, and you click channels, then Ganji Arts is one of the channels there. On stream, we talk about art, it says, and then I edit them into videos. So there's a sequence of videos there that just exist. And in the future, as I say, if I can get an editor and start going back to this, maybe there can be more. Because, it's nice to experiment with the format, and some of them I really enjoyed doing. Some of them are better than others, I suppose. Some of them are a bit more me talking for ages, and some of them are a bit more edited. It's all me, though, doing all of it, so... In the end, I decided more lives, more focus on getting the lives pumping, more focus on the main content being my lives, more focus on what's going on in this main channel, because that's what's paying off the best. That's what's growing this, and then the other stuff will grow with it alongside. So we've also got Super Chuffer for You now, and these are getting in the 500s of views consistently, apart from the Looks Himself Back into Muslim Conga one. But these are going well, so that's going well. So then Ganji Arts will pick up. We'll put it back in the squad. Battery Exhausted's going well. The B-side channel. It's hard to spin all these plates, so things are all going well. That's the main thing. And you're all chatting in chat. You're all alright, aren't you? Yeah. So that was Nicola Avocado. We talked about it because it was brought up. What am I doing on Genshin?
Shall we take a stroll?
I was going to bang some resin.
May knowledge guide you.
It is as the stars foretold.
Time for some training?
Notes for a book on detracting. You know what? Detracting is a really interesting concept, isn't it, as a whole? Like, sociology is an interesting... gonna have to use my brain and use my brain, so give me a second.
Let me read you a verse. Know my sword.
That from whence you came.
Let me scry. Written in the stars.
In sociology,
Yeah. Shadows of fate.
there's in-group and out-group sociology, like psychology, yeah?
Touch of frost.
And a lot of the early writings on it were covered by some of the great sociologists that you end up learning about in sociology school, you know, in sociology class. In groups and out groups, group psychology. And also, for all of sociology,
Forth, my blade.
you have this concept of
Witness the power.
being an observer
Submit
and
for
being a
judgment.
covert or overt observer. So if you want to find out something
Delve
about
into destiny.
a
Fate
group,
is upon you. Let me scry.
like, it could be a tribe in Africa, anthropology say, you know. You go out and you observe the tribe.
One with my blade.
You watch what they do.
Wheel of
That way you're an
opening
overt
box of Adeptitrix.
observer, aren't you? Everyone knows you're there. And then you're watching, they might accept you into the group, or you might have to stand outside the group sometimes for some stuff, but you know, they know who you are and what you're doing, and you're taking notes. Then you might, for example, a different thing,
My blade.
you might want
Decided
to,
by destiny.
you might, sorry, just stop all that rattling. Like, you've got a covert and overt observation, so you might want to take overt notes. You sat out there in the field, you've got your book and everyone knows who you are, but also let's say I wanted to infiltrate a drug gang in LA, and I wanted to know about the social hierarchy in a drug gang in LA, so I'm going to do a study on this. I'm going to make notes and I'm going to write up my paper and talk about the hierarchies and the, you know, if I want to do that sociology, you know, sociology stuff, I can't go to them and say, like, hi, I'm going to be writing all this down in a notes, and, like, do you mind if I hang around? They're going to be like, fuck off, get away with it. So some people go covert, and it's called covert observation, and they infiltrate these groups. Infiltrate, I mean, they become part of them. They are part of them, and then they learn all the mechanisms and the social behaviours, and they write it all down, and they do their paper. And in their paper, everything stays anonymous. You know, it's like person X was the head of the kingpin of the thing, and person Y, and like, so observation of people. Like you were talking about it in chat a little time ago, you know, observing people, talking to people, social stuff. I've always found sociology fascinating, and being in groups and being a covert observer. Like, in terms of detracting, I'm an overt detractor. They know me. I talk about these things on the internet, but I had to become part of a social group by. At first, I was on the outside. You know, I watched some of the content. I was watching the podcast. I was watching the stuff. There's That Being Said podcast do this really great job, so I'll shout them out, you know, all to the cows come home. That Being Said, they are like a hub for the Dark Side Phil community. So, and this is where Steve is a regular presenter as well. So, you know, they regularly, twice a week, have shows that talk about Dark Side Phil. So all the different people making Dark Side Phil content and talking about him, there's this kind of hub. And it got to the point where we had a song competition. Done. This is my entry into the song competition.
Could we forget about the things I said when I was drunk? I didn't mean cheeky jang wang. I can't remember what was said, and if I paid my friends, please tip me, please tell me why. There's Hogan's on my mobile, and I refuse to put my clothes on.
So, like, they have a song competition. I mean, it's like a hub for the community, isn't it? So, That Being Said is great, and it's a regular thing, and they do the group think where people call in. Like, that's where I got our call-in show. We need to do more call-in shows on our mainstream. So it's like you become part of a group, you know, you become part of a community. Like you were saying today in our chat, you know, we're harbouring the same goodwill in our chat, aren't we? So I'm glad that you're talking to each other and having a good time. No, ACW, you've not been eggy at all. You know, you've not been eggy at all. So I think everyone's good. Everyone's having a good chat. And good night, Slinky Socks, and you know, Oh no, so good. You're saying good night to ACW. Yeah, night. So this community aspect of the detracting is so interesting that I think I could write a bit of a social thesis or whatever you'd call it. I'm not don't hold a degree in sociology, but I went to university and I know how these things are written and what goes on. I think it's interesting that the people who've come together as detractors because they recognise unethical behaviour going on and they want to draw it to account, or they feel angry about it or aggrieved by it, or these chuffers shouldn't be getting away with this naughty behaviour, should they? And so they come together, and when they come together, then it's strange that they're not all angry and fucking this and like sometimes it gets a bit eggy, but in the main they have a good laugh because they're all the good people getting together to point and say this is a bad thing. This is a bad thing that I don't like. And so when you get people that come together to point at bad thing, they're good people that are pointing at bad things. So then when it comes together, it's a lot of fun and it turns into its own thing. There's a lot of memes here. There's a lot of, some of them are a bit savage sometimes. Me personally, like a couple of the memes I don't go in for because I think we're going a bit over the line. But in the main, it's all good fun in jest, and it's holding this idiot to account, and he keeps doing it, and they keep talking about it, and we all have a lot of fun, and people have been making songs and drawing pictures, and it is what it is, isn't it? It's internet content, it's online community, and it's so strange that so what I was saying about being part of the group is first of all you go in, you learn every group will have its own mannerisms, its own language. Eurovision is soon, yeah, maybe we should cover it. Every group has its own mannerisms and language, and in an online community you develop these memes and these things, and now we've got MIMP, haven't we, and stuff like that, so you become ingratiated with, and before you know it, you're down a rabbit hole where you're in with, it's just, I think detractor community is great. I think they're all really intelligent. I think they're all really, in the main, very kind, even though they're being mean about Phil. They're very kind people, and I think they're very creative people as well. So I haven't heard our song, but I'm sure if I play it now, then I'll get binned off the internet, and it's so late in the stream that I don't really want to get pinned off the internet, and my plan was to finish off my Genshin Impact chores. So we'll look at it. What we'll do is we'll do one stream with the Eurovision, maybe, if you're into it. Maybe we'll look at it. But this is not that stream. I'm supposed to be killing these choppers.
From whence you came.
My daily goodies.
Body and rise.
Swift and merciful.
And if the mages would come over.
Let me weave you a book.
Shadows of fate.
Shadows of fate.
A touch of frost. Submit for judgment.
Where have you gone? Chopper.
Swift and merciful.
Let me scry. Written in the stars.
Written in the stars.
Shadows of fate.
You having that?
Wheel of life. Orders given. Orders received.
A touch of frost.
Get rain cutter.
Go on, get me up to that tree. There you go. What do you think about that game? You're going to give me some good trinkets? Yeah, sorry to hear about your loss in chat though as well. I do, that must be harsh. I'm not going to turn it into a big mental health Monday now. I'm sure you're, dealing with it and it's all good. And you're chatting in chat and I see it and it's good. So, obviously it's not good. It's good that the way you're dealing with things is good. Crit rate over attack, energy recharge, and HP is actually quite good for our new lady on our team. There. This is defense, HP over HP. So actually that's a really good one if that's what you want. So I'm going to lock that as well. And HP over attack, defense, and that's a mixed bag. And that's what you don't want, is a mixed bag. It's too mixed. You want specifics. So we didn't get that, but we got two good ones there. That was all right. I'm going to leave that now. 2 AM. How long I've been playing? I've been playing for 3.5 hours now. I've got it all done yet today. But there's still stuff to do, look. There's still stuff to do over here, isn't there? I've still got 2 of these to do, maybe 3 of these to do, or more. And it goes away in 6 days, so I've still got time to do it. But there's the new one out now for 2 weeks. This is the new one for 2 weeks, so I'm getting behind. So I might be on tomorrow doing this as well. Rather than trying to cram it all in now, I can see that it... Obviously, it's taken me about... We've gone on tangents, we always do. But it took me about 3 hours, so if I'm going to carry on to the end, I've got another stream in this, haven't I? I might stay on for a bit now, you know, I'm not just going to bin it off now, the stream, but you like staying up and watching the telly, don't you? So we might do some other stuff. But Genshin for the night. Invite a character. Oh my god. You see how lovely the game is? I've already got Faruzan. I was lucky enough to get her in the roles. She was a 4-star. But if you want to start the game, you haven't got Faruzan, they'll give you her for free just by doing this event. That's brilliant. I love it when they give new... Like, I've already got Faruzan, but I love it when they give other players good stuff. Like, free stuff. That could be £200 for rolling for the character, remember? If you... Well, it's a 4-star, so you get them more commonly. So it would be more like £40 if you're really desperate for her to guarantee it or something. By their metrics, you know, that sort of money. But if you play the game, you get it for free. It's really nice of them. And like when you consider that these characters are the main thing that people want to get, it's nice to have it on offer. That's the thing that I always complain about. If it's only on offer because of rolling and gambling, no thanks. But the fact that you can actually get those in the game like that, great. And they're giving us loads of stuff now again. So now I'm nearly up to 2,000 wishes, 2,000 primos. Nearly up to another 30 wishes. Getting there. For my guarantee of a character I need 80, so I'm going to keep saving these until I've got my big number. But they do throw out some free stuff. It's just, I've been playing for 3.5 hours, that's what they want. So they give me free stuff. And the longer you play, the more likely you are to spend a little bit of money. And I'll tell you what. They do these little bits, like the battle pass here. I could be getting better rewards if I spent a little bit of money. And like, I think that's acceptable. Obviously, I'm never going to spend any money on the game, but...
Exorcism uses thaumaturgy and martial arts to conquer evil.
And in the shop, there's this... the Blessings of the Welkin Moon. So, for $4.99, or it might be more expensive... I might be getting 50% off. Oh no, that's that. Yeah, for $4.99, you get all this other stuff. Like you get 90 primos every day for 30 days, and you get crystals that you can use to buy primos. So it's, you know, if you wanted to spend a little bit of pocket money on the game, that's the way to go. I don't do it. I don't do any spend on the game. I want to be a free-to-play player, but I think it's a, you know, I play the game so much and I love it so much. Giving them £5 a month or whatever wouldn't be that bad. You know, 30 days, £5. I don't have to even, but you get a little bit more then, and then you can have a little bit more out of the game. So, yeah, that's where I think it's a really reasonable prospect. It's not trying to rip you off. That's the soul of the game is good, even though people think this system is a bit of a gamble. Oh, you're going to put £200 in and get your gamble on. Oh. Gambling with your wishes. You don't get what you want, so it's rubbish, isn't it? Well, it's not that. Eventually you get there.
There are other means to the same end, but they are not the true way.
Exactly. The true way is not to spend loads of money on it. There are other means to the same end. I mean, I could sit here and carry on playing for hours, couldn't I? Just binning it out for a bit. Because I've been playing it for absolutely hours now. 2 in the morning. Am I going to bin off playing completely tonight? I said I'd stay on a little bit longer, didn't I? Shall I play a couple of rounds of Hearthstone? Let's have a look at Hearthstone. Got to close some of these windows. Got more windows than Buckingham Palace. And we've got a new game on the Switch, and we've got other new games coming up. So, where is all my stuff on my desktop? This doesn't look good. Oh, no! Do you know what's happened? You know when you've got all the stuff on your desktop and it's all just put everywhere? Windows has moved it all, so it's in, like lined it all up. Why have you done that? Now I don't know where anything is. Thanks, Windows. Lined it all up for me. I want to quickly take a bathroom break as well, so I wanted to put on something interesting while I quickly took a bathroom break. I wondered what it should be. I was going to look down what it was going to offer me. I'll tell you what, I've been watching these interesting videos from this Tammy Joyce. She's good.
The 7 lies all narcissists tell about the week. So let's talk about 7 lies all narcissists tell. Now, the truth is, there are a few red flags that can inform us as to whether or not the person we're dealing with likely lands on the spectrum of destructive narcissism. But in my view, one of the major red flags that can alert us to the fact that we're actually dealing with a narcissist is their tendency to lie. Now, whether that's lying by omission, lying outright, exaggerating, embellishing, or otherwise twisting and distorting the truth, as the saying goes, how do you know a narcissist is lying? Simple. Their lips are moving. Now, that said, it's also important to understand that not everyone who lies is necessarily a destructive narcissist. Sometimes lying is simply a way of bypassing responsibility, like in the case of a teenager who lies about sleeping at a friend's house when in fact they're out partying, or telling your father-in-law you love his cooking when in reality you'd rather eat anything but, or that you love the agenda your best friend gave you as a gift, even though you already have 2 that you don't use.
Sneak diss on the father-in-law there. She popped in a sneak diss on the father-in-law.
Feelings. So telling the odd white lie that we're parented by,
what are these lies?
You're safe with me.
What's the first one?
To the narcissist. And they'll tell whatever. I am the most honest person you will ever meet. This may be one of the very first things you ever hear from a narcissist. They'll go out of their way to tell you they're actually incapable of lying. To lie is beyond them and would never even occur to them. They could never lie to you. They simply hold honesty as one of their highest values.
This is weird because that actually sounds like something I would actually think and say. I do hold honesty as a high value, and I wouldn't probably say to you as a start point, oh, you know, I can never lie to you, but I wouldn't expect that you would expect that I was lying. You know, I'm on the internet. I wouldn't expect that you would expect that I was. You know what I mean? I wouldn't think that I'd sit here and be telling a load of lies, and then you would be like, oh, this is good. I like all these lies. You know, I'd expect honesty would be like a sort of implicit. You know, it's sort of like neither of us have said we're going to be telling the truth here in chat or me, but we both assume that we're telling the truth as humans. Do you know what I mean? I think that's interesting.
Even though in reality, they have no ever loving idea what it actually means to be an honest person. But according to them, no one could be more truthful than they are. And of course, they've never, ever been accused of lying before. Lie number 2. You're safe with me. And it sounds like this. We have so much in common, I want you to know just how safe you are with me. This lie is often part of, but not exclusive to, the idealization and love bombing phase, which in reality...
Interesting lie. I was hoping it would be more about like stuff I can catch Alan saying. Lie number 3, I would never.
And this one sounds like this. I would never cheat, betray, hurt, or harm you in any way. I think it's clear that the I would nevers are big red flags all on their own when it comes to narcissists. They would never lie to you. Never, ever. They'd never cheat on you. They've never done that, and they never would. They would never do anything to hurt or harm you or your reputation in any way. Now, here's the thing. It's highly likely if they're going out of their way to make this point, they've already done what they're swearing they'd never do.
Interesting point. Next lie.
I love you.
Alan doesn't say that to me. Next lie.
Your fault. In keeping with an obsessive need to control you, as well as perceptions and outcomes, the narcissist must maintain the false impression that he or she is never wrong.
That's Alan. Next slide.
Number 6, you're worthless. This, like all the other lies, is incredibly damaging.
Yeah, because nobody's worthless, are they? And the final lie is, I promise.
Number
Alan
7.
makes a lot of promises, that's true. I opened up Hearthstone for a little bit of chill. What I would normally do in my life is I'd play some Hearthstone and I'd actually put on a podcast at the same time, much like I was listening to her, but now I have to be the podcast, or I could, if I wanted to, put on something in the background that we could listen to while I play a couple of games of Hearthstone. I've got those choices.
To see you take the spotlight.
You can see Hearthstone, yeah, great. What would I put on in the background? Wait, I've got to show you this. I've just noticed Curtis Media's got a new video. Some people have said to me, I'll speak outrightly about this, I'm not like little cheeky here, but some people have been in chat and said, oh, Curtis Media's done some sex crimes. And I've not seen any actual reports of it, but, like, you know, I don't know him. I just watched some of his videos on the Nicola Bully case, and I think it's weird that, like, oh, that's gone a bit big and I've got out of the way. I think it's a bit weird that, like, they're saying these bad things about him in my chat, but not pointing me towards them, you know, this is the evidence, or this is the that. I think it's a bit weird, so I don't know what to say about that. But look, he's got a new video coming up. I'm happy to, you know, mention it. Look, very angry Karen smashes my phone. What's going on? Very angry Karen smashes my phone. That's a strange one. It's either like an interesting broadening, because very angry Karen, everyone on the internet can get that and have a watch. That could go viral. Maybe that's a good thing he's doing, like playing to the YouTube. Or maybe people are going to say, oh, he's playing to the YouTube algorithm and he's not really legit, and, you know. Sarah says he actually said he's got criminal... Yeah, I know that there's some things that were reported as well, and he's, you know, said about them having a criminal record. I think if someone's done their time, that's okay. But, like, certain crimes, like, against women or children, like, obviously people generally get the egg on, don't they? And, like, you can do your time, you can do your crime and assimilate back into society, but I might not want to hang out with people who have done certain things. So I don't know any of his track record or anything. I'm not saying he has or hasn't. I'm just saying that, like, it's interesting that people have come in my chat and said that to me. Like, and I'm not, like, he's doing his thing. I'm talking about it sometimes, but I don't know if it reflects. Like, sometimes we talk about all sorts of stuff, so I just mentioned it there, yeah. But it's quite an interesting, like, that is either a move that people are going to say is, like, you know, it's either going to be broad enough that YouTube likes it and the algorithm, and that's a good move because you're being more broad, or I bet there's some people out there who are like, oh, you should be doing, like, proper crime and you shouldn't be doing very angry Karen. I wonder how it'll be taken. I just wonder how it'll be received by the audience. It'll be interesting to see. I've got no real opinion on it. Just thought it was interesting, so I showed it you then. In the background, I'm going to play this Snort Hogan video quickly. Look. Someone once... This is an example of detracting, like... this is called DSP Unrecorded Pathetic Begging on Elden Ring stream. So what he'll do is he will beg for money. Snort Hogan. And, like, I'm running a stream now, yeah? So what DSP will do is he'll run his stream, but at the end of the stream, he'll turn it off so you can't see it. And he'll cut it up into little videos, and he'll put it up as little sections. So in between the sections will be the begging bits. And on the main stream, he'll be on the stream saying, you haven't supported me enough tonight, guys. Where's the money? And you don't see that on the videos. So these people hold him to account. It's detracting. So I want just something in the background. We'll have this.
Okay. So, guys, if you could support today's stream in any way, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Whether it's a like, a super chat, a super sticker, a membership, a tip, a gifted membership, anything. Thank you guys in advance to anyone who does support the channel. end the playthrough. I'm gonna play for another hour before I go on a break, and then we're gonna do another hour after that break, okay? So thank you guys, you've been a great audience so far, and we're gonna continue on now and try to beat this God Slayer dude. He's probably gonna be a crazy pain in my ass, I bet. I guess we're gonna find out. Alright, ready? Here we go. Yeah, Arkham, you're still here. I don't know why your message wouldn't have been said in chat. It could have been a YouTube censorship thing. I have no clue. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, guys, this is it. By the way, it's time for the break, so after I try this one more time, win, lose, or draw, we're going to go on break, okay?
On break. I'm going to tell you what, I do have a respect for him for this. Like, I do respect him for this. He streams 3 times a day, every day, or like, well, you know, like it's a full-time job. And it's a mistake in a way, because you want to spend some time off-stream doing stuff to support your streams, like, you know, off-camera work, admin, you know, ideas, other stuff, like, you know, you need to be doing stuff off-stream as well. So just because you work full-time on it doesn't mean you should be on stream full-time.
I grant you permission to speak.
So wonderful to see you.
But Phil is committed, you know, he does a lot of content and he is churning it out. So in some ways, like, you have got to respect that grind.
Yeah. Break after this. And guys, again...
Right, because you wouldn't catch me saying, right, you know, we've done 3 or 4, 5 hours, so now I'm going to go on a break, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to do the next 4 hours. Like, you wouldn't catch me doing that, would you? Like, I'd do 1 stream a day, but Phil would do, like, he'd break it into pieces like this.
Guys, it would be really great if you could support the stream today. We have had a very slow support stream. I don't know why. Typically, these Elden Ring streams have done really well.
Could you imagine if I said, today, you've been enjoying yourself watching me playing this game, and your support has been slow, so I need the tippies now. Where's my tippies? This has not been going well for the fact that I haven't got my tippies. Now, could you imagine me saying that? Well, what's he doing?
As you can see, it's not doing so well. So anything you can lend for support would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you. I'll probably level up as well. Okay, let's split the part here. Here we go. Alright, so guys, all I'm going to do is pee. Alright? And then we'll continue. I don't have time for a formal break. I went too late trying to kill that stupid thing. So I'm just going to pee and come right back. I'm just going to mute the mic. And guys, final hour, it really would be great if you could support the stream. As you guys can see, it's been a pretty darn slow stream. We had 1 new member, about 30 bucks in super chats, and about 30 bucks tips. So it would be great if we could get a little bit more support in the next hour. All right? I'm just going to mute. I'll be right back.
Ghost. That was just a short, you know, begging segment that he did today. That was just a little short bit of begging from Darkside Phil. You can have this. This is one of the things that I love the most out of all the things I've seen on the internet for the last sort of 6 months.
Nah.
So we can have this again.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The battle.
Let's go. Toka, toka.
Toka, toka.
Oh, belum. Not yet. Okay. Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? Oi, young man, what do you want to be, VTuber? No, young man, you can make clear your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to say at the YMCA. It's fun to say at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes, you know. I said I was. Don't end out with the blues. I'm blue. No man cared if I was alive. I thought the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me. Young man, take a walk up the street. There's no place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your own. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. Yeah, MCA. It's fun to stay
I like Kobo. I like Kobo.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. Yamcha, you can stay at your Yamcha. MCA, it's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me, young man? What do you wanna be, young man?
This is better than. This is a better one.
Please. Des yeux cuivonnent passer la mienne. Regarde que c'est pas sous sa boue. Oui là là, pour très tard et tous.
She's actually very talented. She's actually very talented.
Quand il me prend dans ses bras, il me parle tout bas. Je vois la vie en rose. Il me dit des mots d'amour, des mots de tous les jours, avec quelque chose. Il est entré dans mon cœur, venu pas de bonheur, dont je connais la cause. C'est lui pour moi, moi pour lui dans la vie. Il me l'a dit, la journée pour la vie. Assez. Et dès que je l'aperçois, alors je sens au moins mon cœur qui bat. Des nids d'amour à plus finis, un grand bonheur qui prend sa place. Des nuits de Jalisafan, Herux, à mourir. Quand il me prend dans ses bras, il me parle de pouvoir. Je vois la vie en rose. Il me dit des mots d'amour, des mots de tous les jours. Et ça me fait quelque chose. Il est entré dans mon cœur, venu pas de bonheur, dont je connais la cause. C'est lui pour moi, moi pour lui dans la vie. Il me le dit la journée pour la vie. Et dès que je l'aperçois, alors je sens au moins mon frère qui va. kaget lagunya Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Woi.
I thought that was good.
Hot bucket.
Oh, that was good. I like that.
Want to hear my playlist?
You're a wearable health and fitness coach now.
My opponent's just been disgusting on this game, so now I've lost. Because my opponent's been disgusting. So there's not much I can do about that. It's one of those things. Is there anything I can do about this? No, I think I've lost. I can't actually dredge whatever's off the bottom. I can make this particularly big, but it doesn't matter if it's big. I need the taunt off the bottom of the deck, and it's on the bottom of the deck, and I can't get to it. If I'd have done this last turn, I'd have been alright, but... Well, not alright, but... Hugely problematic this is. The only thing I can think to do is to play a load of stuff to make this big, and then hope it hits that, so I hit in the face. I can't get enough for 5. I could get 5 plus this would be 10, plus this would be 2. It's not enough. I think I've lost, but I'm going to play on. I mean, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They only need to find 1 more damage, and they've got the hero power, so I can't defend myself. I've lost. Yeah, I've lost. Whoops. It's a shame. This is Derek Chisora talking about boxing, so, like...
Shima showboating, the future star of British boxing, Ben Whittaker returned. What did you make of his performance in the ring?
Delicious. You know, I was sitting there and I go, "But for fuck's sake, finish him now." And he knocked him down. That's when he finished him. But
Derek, just to move forward. Saudi, this double-header bonanza show, Fury Usyk, Joshua Wilder. Will we see it? You're the man out there. You're now the promoter for Saudi, so will we see it?
Delicious. You know what? When my boss came up with that idea, I said to him, "Hey man, what are we doing after?" Yeah, I said, "What are we gonna do after?" Do you understand?
He hasn't got anything to say.
What my boss is trying to do, what he's doing is...
That's no fun. We were watching Henning Wednesday, weren't we? This has been suggested to me now.
It gives me sincere pleasure.
This will probably be copyright, but whatever.
All the way from Germany. Here he is, my friend, Mr. Henning Ven.
Yeah, welcome to my bunker. You all in a good mood? Yeah, I must say I'm not in an overly good mood. Had an utter nightmare yesterday. Was visiting my mate Horst in hospital. He swallowed a sponge. Yeah, he says it doesn't hurt, but he's always thirsty. Funny, yeah. There's one golden rule in German humor. Always start with your best joke.
There's always someone famous in the audience, isn't there? Look, Elon Musk. Elon Musk there in the audience.
I was so kind of Reg to invite me round because we went to school together. And... Now, let me get one thing straight. We Germans, we like a laugh, just like you Brits, we really do. The only difference is we Germans, we laugh once the work is done, whilst you laugh instead of doing any meaningful work, and it is the main cultural difference. And must admit, I've never ever done stand-up back home, never ever. Reason being, I'm not good enough to cut it in Germany. If you want to have success as a stand-up in Britain, all you have to do, loads of swearing.
Yeah, this is Henning Ven, the A to Z guy, yeah. This is his stand-up comedy, yeah.
And in Germany, we don't swear at all. Reason being, things work. That isn't even a joke. Now, I've been now in Britain the past 9 years. Probably you can tell I live in Tooting, South London. In it. Governor. And what can I say now, after 9 years in Britain, I'm so familiar with your stereotypes about us that nowadays, whenever I travel back to the fatherland, I almost expect to find my countrymen goose-stepping up and down the high street, dressed in lederhosen, eating a sausage. Yum, yum, yum. A beach towel under one arm. And all that while singing Dave Hasselhoff's latest songs. So nonsense. We only sing the Hoff's old ditties. Yeah, but then at the same time in Germany we have got absolutely no stereotypes, let's say, about you Scots. We really don't. Because you're not important enough to us. I mean, honestly, we're far too busy slagging off the fucking Dutch. And Danes and Poles and Turks and French and all those other flukes of history. This is fantastic to perform here, but I'm fully aware this is the sort of gig that can easily turn into the sort of event where someone will come after and go, I enjoyed it. 9 years ago, I would have taken that as a face value compliment. By now, I do understand it's a British way of saying, that was shit. It's the same league as good effort. That was interesting. You're so brave. Stand-up comedy, that must be the hardest job in the world. Standing on stage, making other people laugh. I couldn't do it. Either. In every comic in the country, we've all heard them many a time. And in my personal case, what would usually happen is, when I started doing comedy 9 years ago in the UK, Compere would come on after me and go, give Henning another round of applause. He's doing it in his second language. And again, I always took that as a face value compliment. Until someone pointed out, no, he's saying no one could understand a fucking word. And now my English has improved. Now it's at the level people come up to me and go, Henning, 9 years in Britain, Henning, do you dream in English? Or do you dream in German? What can I say? Do I dream in English? Do I dream in German? All my dreams are silent movies in which everyone gets on with their job. And it's so difficult to define Britishness, isn't it? Like, who is British? What is British? I firmly believe proof of your national identity is in your behavior. And based on that, I've invented a foolproof Britishness test. What I do is I go down the supermarket, grab a trolley, put a few heavy things in, then accelerate down the aisle, looking for someone with the back turned to me. And then just before maximum impact, I pull the trolley back and I push it as hard as I can into that fella, aiming for the ankle. If everything goes according to plan, that fella will be flying on all. And if he then gets up and says, sorry... Jawohl, you are truly British. Here's your passport. And an After 8. You love the After 8, don't you? Come on, even here in Scotland, don't deny it. I know you lot. I've been here 9 years. You're mad for the After 8. Come on, don't deny it. I've been here long enough. I know you lot. You wake up in the mornings in your castles. And then you go fox hunting. And then the tailor comes round to take measurements for your new tweed jacket. And then you play croquet. And then you birch your servants. For the sheer joy of it. And then you go, ooh, been a jolly good chap all day. Think I deserve a little treat. Ah, it's 8:05. And I'm going to treat myself with an appallingly tasting mixture between mint and chocolate. Yes, that's how I roll. You recognize yourselves? And the one thing you don't like about the After 8 is how affordable they are. I mean, they're very expensive for what they are, but still the After 8 can be eaten by poor people. With their 6 o'clock potato. In a blatant breach of the clearly specified eating instruction, there's members of the upper class, they're furious about it. They go, oh, it's ridiculous. Everyone eats the After 8 whenever it pleases them. We might as well call them chocolates for everyone. Country's going to the docks, no moral standards. Ding dong, the doorbell. Who is that? Tonight's prostitute. You recognize yourselves?
Yeah, you're having a good time in chat, aren't you? And there's like, you know, a few of you here. So, but we come to 2 a.m., 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not planning to stick around too long, and I don't want to just ride the copyright, you know, by just running someone else's. You know, that was his. If I stop it and talk about it, I'm on fair use. But if I'm not stopping and talk about it, and just playing something else, then that's a bit naughty of me. But I'm going to play a couple more games of Hearthstone, stick around a bit, because you're still in chat, and you know you're still here talking to each other. So, but yeah. Like T minus half an hour, 40 minutes, or less than that maybe. T minus 15, 20 minutes. And I might be on my way to night nights. Let's have a look if there's something else that I want to just quickly put on in the background. I do like keeping up with the boxing news, you see. I do like keeping up with it. So, interesting to see what Eddie Hearn's got to say for himself.
If you're smart, then instead of signing up for the lottery, you should sign up to become a Good Life member today.
I'm going to put that on quietly
Rob
in the
Tubbett here
corner.
for boxing news. It's the morning after the night before in Guadalajara. Eddie, some night last night.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, it's like a movie, wasn't it? The ring walk and the atmosphere. We were just saying off camera. You know,
The ring walk for Canelo. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if you've seen that actually. Let me just quickly YouTube. Canelo Ryder ring walk. I don't know if you've ever seen a ring walk like this. You know, boxing, you know, they're coming into the ring. You know what's going on? The boxers are coming into the ring, yeah? But this has gone on another level. This is in Mexico where fucking 1 million people. He's wearing a crown. It's a little bit over the top, but like, I've never seen anything like it. AEJ's had a few entrances, but there was 100 people on the stage behind him when he walked in. It's like a catwalk to the boxing ring, yeah? It's insane, isn't it? Usually they just come into their song. And they walk into their song, but this is where the level is now. This is the height. This is the top end, the very top. Canelo is, you know, the biggest draw in boxing today, and this is where it is at the highest top end. It looks like that, and it's like what? It's a bit extreme in a way, isn't it? It's a bit like whoa, kind of like what? And if you paid your money to go to the show, like you want a bit of a show, so I get it. It's cool. And like, there's a lot of money going around in these shows, so might as well spend it on some stuff. But like, what the fuck? Canelo, put up, I have the target, and then 100 mariachi people. I'm gonna have 100 Mexicans playing 100 mariachi instruments. The king of Mexico is going to be wearing a cape and wearing a crown and like. So that's what he's talking about.
Still like 35,000 in there, but I was thinking, where is everybody? And then all of a sudden, everyone just came out in their floods, completely full up. Good fight. John did himself proud. Solid win for Saul. You know, some interesting fights on the undercard as well. But a fight that I love fights like that for boxing, because people tune in and go, "Wow, that's boxing, is it?" You know, you see it sometimes for UFC and the WWE, but that's great for boxing, for people to see how big our sport can be.
We're going to try and kind of whiz through it. I do appreciate your time. I know we've kind of got to shoot off today. John Ryder's performance, obviously, you know, he comes out with a bit of a lot of credit. Was the fight kind of, with all due respect to John, the best version of what it could have been, really?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot worse in that, obviously, he broke his nose in the second round. The blood was horrendous. And when he got knocked down in the fifth, I was happy for the fight to be over at that stage. At that stage, it would have been a drubbing. But I was, you know, I thought with the injury, I didn't want to see too much more of this. And he just started to not get comfortable in the fight, but sort of fight without thinking and just flowing with it. Trading with Saul at mid-range, you know, pushing him back in the clinch. The referee was quite quick to break those clinches last night, but, you know, John always did the inside work. He started enjoying himself a bit more. And I think when you go in, imagine how difficult it must be. You go into that ring and you're looking around and you're watching him doing his 8-minute ring walk, thinking, you know, and all of a sudden
his
the bell
8-minute
goes,
ring
and you're
walk,
going,
right.
oh my God, I'm actually in a ring here with Canelo Alvarez. No matter how much experience you've got, I kind of feel like that's how the fight started. And then when John started to lose respect, I realised, actually, I could mix it up here. Thought he did really well. Thought he won rounds in the back half of the fight, 2 or 3 rounds. And yeah, I thought he, you know, we're a funny breed, aren't we? We actually quite like it when our guys don't quite get the victory, but we love it when they show heart, and we love it when they don't quit, and we love it when they throw the kitchen sink. And he never stopped trying in the fight, never trying to survive, always trying in the fight to trade, to land shots, to come forward. And his stock just went through the roof last night. Here, he's been mobbed here, but particularly back home, he deserves it.
For Canelo, I mean, I think the general consensus is that he potentially is not the force that he once was. What are your comments on that?
He's getting on a bit, you know, he's had a lot of rounds, he's had a lot of fights. I mean, I thought it was a good performance, and it's difficult against John. Very tough, always comes forward, very strong, granite chin, and Sal's.
Do you want to get paid every week as a ClickBank affiliate? Just imagine getting almost...
Was coming off the back of the operation. I mean, one of his hands was like a balloon in the change room. The other one, the operated hand, was okay. I mean, I don't know. I think you're going to have to see. I think the next fight's going to tell us a lot more. I think he's still I mean, you speak to John if he's still a force. I think the answer is yeah, absolutely. But fighters at that level, we always wonder. I mean, in 2 weeks' time, we've got Katie Taylor coming out. Before the Serrano fight,
I'd be tempted to go to Ireland to watch Katie Taylor fight. It's going to be a big event, that is. Katie Taylor is fighting at the National Stadium that they use for the, you know, their national game in Ireland is like this hurley game or whatever, isn't it? I've forgotten what it's called, or Irish rules something, and they play it. It's because I'm quite late at night. I'm tired, so I forgot what it's called. But Katie Taylor's fighting at this national stadium in Dublin, and I've got a friend that lives that way. I'd be quite tempted to go to there and like have a check that out. That'd be quite interesting to me. What am I tempted to do here? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've got it, haven't I? I've got it.
Don't be dumb. Already attacked.
Lethal.
Katie Taylor was finished. You know, 2 men. All of a sudden comes out probably one of her best, you know, gutsiest performances against Amanda Serrano. Those are the fights where you really find out, and those are the fights that make those guys raise their performance. Similar to AJ against Franklin. Must win this fight. You know, almost don't take any chances. Let's get through it. Now, boom, you're fighting Deontay Wilder. Right. They're big game fighters, you know, and Sal's one of those.
Where next for Canelo? Obviously, the Dimitri Bivol fight, he kind of spoke about it last night. We did sort of preface it with, if we can't make that, we can do something else. Is that the most likely option?
I think that's based on Bivol's comments, really, you know, which is, I don't want the fight at 175, I want it at 168. Sal's made it clear to me, I don't want the fight on any other terms other than exactly the same as last time. Because that's where I lost. And I want to put that right. And if we can't make the fight with Dimitri, then he'll defend in August against someone else, and we'll look at other opponents. You know, whether that brings in a David Benavidez, You know, whether all of a sudden Edgar Berlanga looks great against Keita and maybe has another win, I don't know. That fight's got to be built a little bit.
Yeah, ACW, this is Hearthstone card game by Blizzard. It's alright.
Need a bit more spice over here.
Been playing at Hearthstone for a long time.
We can put you strong.
Rob Tabbert here for Boxing News.
The same as last time, because that's where I lost, and I want to put that right. And if we can't make the fight with Dimitri, then he'll defend in August against someone else, and we'll look at other opponents. You know, whether that brings in a David Benavidez, you know, whether all of a sudden Edgar Berlanga looks great against Keita and maybe has another win. I don't know. That fight's got to be built a little bit. But you know, when I left the changing room last night, I said to him and Eddie Reynoso, just to confirm, you want me to go full speed with Dimitri Bivol at 175 pounds?
Reach for the sky!
So that's my instructions, and my job to try and get that made.
And for John Ryder, I know I've heard Gennady Golovkin. I don't know, is Gennady Golovkin retired? Or he's kind of vacated?
He's not. I mean, that was the first thing he said in the changing room. I was like, wow, what about a little rest first? But he's going to get a lot of offers to fight in America because it's the yardstick, isn't it? And then I love the Gennady Golovkin fight back in the UK, but he'll definitely fight again.
Before we move on to some of your signings last night, I'm very keen to talk to you about. One fight I want to talk to you about is Valenzuela Spark and the confusion around the judging, the two neutral, well, the judging that was supposed to be there, the judging panel, wasn't what we saw on the night. We saw two local judges from Guadalajara, Jalisco. It's a WBA sanctioned event. I mean, is there going to?
It wasn't WBA sanctioned.
It was for a WBA title.
No title on the line. No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, not in that fight. But what happened was, the fight was going to be for the WBA title. It wasn't. That was decided a week or so ago. It was a 10-round international contest. We agreed with the local commission that the judges would be neutral and they would be the same judges used from the main event. This was all agreed, all approved at the weigh-in, everything.
What'll wet your whistle?
It's not something that when the judges sit down at that point, you actually check and look at their faces and say, is it the same one we've got on the paper here?
Bloody day!
When the scorecards got read out, they were local officials. Now, in a 10-round contest not sanctioned by a governing body...
Sounds like Eddie's, talking about body language and stuff. Eddie Hearn's an interesting case study because he's talking a bit of weird nonsense here. Like, kind of not lying, but talking around a subject because, like, why have they got these weird judges? Seems like a bit of an issue. I didn't watch it, so I need to look back on that. Like, Eddie Hearn's a case study in when is he lying, when he's not. Because he's a boxing promoter, so he can't always tell the exact truth, can he? Because otherwise, boxing promoting, isn't it? It's not always... He can't always tell the exact truth, can he? Like, I imagine he doesn't.
That is the norm. But it was pre-agreed with the commission that they would be international judges. So I wasn't particularly happy with that. The fact was, it was a close fight. I had Steve winning by 1 or 2 rounds. And, I spoke to Brendan and the team, and they felt that when the final bell went, they felt they won the fight. But we're in Guadalajara. We're fighting a guy from Guadalajara. But I was disappointed that those judges that were agreed were not in place. I don't think necessarily standard they would be local officials. But, Stevie's a great fighter, going to be back and we're going to get him another big opportunity.
The rematch is a brilliant fight.
Great fight. I mean, quite possibly. I mean, I'm not sure Valenzuela will be rushing to that. But honestly, Stevie Spark will fight anyone. And he's doing so many great fights. He'll headline for us in Australia now, I think.
Last quick couple from me. The signing of Regis Prograis, of course, WBC 140-pound champion. Big coup in a division where it's it's good now, but where it could be in potentially 12, 18 months' time.
A bit boring now, isn't it? This boxing stuff. He's not really saying anything. It's interesting because I just like listen to some stuff that might be even that boring, but I'm aware that you're here too, so this is just the end of a long streaming day for me, so we're just chilling out. This is an interesting channel I found. This guy, Inner City Press. This guy goes to the courtroom and reports on it. Check this out.
Okay, here we go. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here in front or across the street from the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Monday, May 8th. It's the day for the charging conference and closing arguments in Carroll versus Trump. There was a lot of back and forth of whether Trump would come today. His deadline was Sunday, 5 o'clock. It came and passed without any filing, so apparently he's not coming. Although there's signs outside, and as you can see behind me, photographers, whatnot. He's going to be upstairs in a moment live tweeting the charging conference. But on Friday at 5 o'clock, Inner City Press made a filing in the case because we had filed to unseal all the exhibits. And in response to that, there was a release of Trump's deposition. And we put it online, YouTube, etc. But none of the defense exhibits were released, nor did Joe Tacopina, the lawyer for Trump, file any opposition by the deadline, which was Saturday noon. So we waited until 5 o'clock or 4:50 or so on Sunday and filed our quote-unquote reply, which is to say the defense has to release the exhibits. And the exhibits also include, I believe, a Carroll deposition. So we'll see. Inner City Press has requested it, and we're going to see how it's addressed by the court. Of course, there's other cases, and we're going to be racing around covering various trials that start. Every Monday now, trials start. There's a long line of jurors setting up, so the trials won't actually start this morning, maybe this afternoon, more probably tomorrow morning. At the United Nations, of course, corruption and failure on Ukraine continues. We're banned from going in, but we've appealed, and we'll just see. It's a little strange that, not just that I cover the courts, but like a New York City press-pass journalist can't enter the UN even as a tourist because Antonio Guterres is so corrupt that he can't handle any criticism. The bank system, many problems. PacWest, Western Alliance, KeyCorp, keep your eyes on them. But for now, we're in for Trump, Carroll versus Trump. To be continued. Inner City Press.
Interesting, isn't it? He just like on the daily. He doesn't have loads of subscribers or anything. I think. How many's he got? 9,000, like approaching 10,000. So he's going, and he's doing it. But he's been around for a long time, and he's done a lot of videos, over his time. And he just, to me, appears to just go into the court, check out what's going on today, come out, report on it. I think that's a fairly good concept. So Inner City Press there, I subscribe to that. Sometimes has interesting things to say. It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Bit of a strange one, that channel.
Should I?
I've got to concentrate on my game for a second.
Remember this day, for you are graced with my presence.
Right there. Fire.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They've got to clear my board here. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Yeah, I was expecting a few frost worms. Which is why I've got my lovely Taunt Divine Shield here, but let's just... what's going on with YouTube, you fucker? Seeing if YouTube suggests anything nice to me, like, other than my own content, thank you. Something chill to watch in the background, but what do I want to choose here? My opponent's cards cost health instead of mana. Yes, absolutely. Although they'll be able to play them all, they'll die. Yeah, that. My hero's immune. Yeah, thanks. That. I haven't got many spells. I can use my hero power.
Reporting for duty.
I'm not going to pop these yet because I've still got a big board. Let them deal with that first, and then I'll hit them with the next whammy after that. If they can't deal with it, they've got a problem. If they can, they use up their ammunition for dealing with it, and then I can hit them with the next whammy. Let's see what they go with. More of this freezing nonsense. So I've still got the board. I wonder what's the best strategy here. I want to drop this because I want they'll be able to play more cards, but they'll deplete their health. So that's huge. I can't let them get to my face.
See the world as I do.
So I'm going to play Mal'Ganis as well. But then I'm not spending any mana. I might drop this other taunt.
The menagerie is for the
This might be the wrong move.
only.
Let's see what happens. If they play cards, it's going to deplete their health. And they don't really want to do that because they're struggling for health. You know. Night in chat. Yeah, after this couple of games, I'm only hanging out really because, you know, we've hit 3 o'clock in the morning. There's a few of you who are having a chat. I was like, you know, I don't want to cut off their chat. But I think you're all good, aren't you? You've had your chat now. So we'll end this soon, but yeah, I need to go and get some food and prepare for tomorrow. You know, another day of streaming tomorrow, isn't it? So usually it's my day off actually, but might do some stuff. Might play that Switch game on the B side maybe.
Can't stand the cold.
Can't really be bothered to put on any of these other videos as well. Let's just turn that on. They've tried loading up the board, trying to do anything they can. Right, they're clutching at straws here because I've definitely won. Look.
All life must end.
More. And that's your lot. Obviously my energy has to dip as well at some point, doesn't it? Because it's late at night and been doing a lot of talking today on the old internet. It's been an interesting one. I can't even hardly remember what we got done today. We're supposed to be thus, but we got talking about all sorts of other stuff, didn't we? We did Medieval Beauty, and we did a bit more Alan Detraction. Crows, yeah, the crows. I need to edit that out. I need to do that. That's what I'm doing. Oh shit! I edited the other thing. I was shit. Bramble the Mountain King, the final cut. I've edited it. It's like 6 hours long. I need to upload that to YouTube. I forgot, and I haven't started uploading it to YouTube. I was waiting for it to export. It's exported now. Interesting, I'm playing a mirror match here today now. This match I'm playing is a mirror match, so it's going to cause me some issues, some thoughts. Do I want another card, or do I want a good card later? More cards, more value. Sooner. More use sooner. They're pressing the button. I'm not going to press the button. Fuck the button, mate. I'm going to drop this. Floating a mana, but a better unit. And then I've got a good turn next turn, followed by a good turn if I don't get a good card off this. Still a good turn. So it's about being on curve sometimes. That's a good drop for them, but this is going to foil that.
What'll wet your whistle?
That's a bit of a tough decision. I'm not really into restoring 4 health. There's going to be nothing on board to restore it to. Me, I could take a bit of health in a card maybe, but not right now, later on. This seems good, but I'm not going to have loads of silver hand recruits out, so this for later, but we like impact immediately, really. I could drop that same thing next turn, or they're going with a lot of divine shields here. They're using the same stratagem as I've got in my hand there, if I wanted to go that way. Interesting concepts. Wonder what to do. I throw out my Divine Shield so that I've also got the same balancing? You know, they're drawing a card, they've got something on the board that stays in with Divine Shield. Or do I throw out a taunt and look for another good card? Or do I dredge from my own deck for something good and float a mana and press the button? Like, that doesn't sound so good. Floating a mana with this as well. So this seems like the best choice all round. For lots of different reasons. I think I trade this. I know that's still got enough health to kill this, but I needed to trade that off. And yeah, I drop this now. So we're both going to get the same card draw out of that. Unless they've got more Divine Shield minions to drop. Let's see.
The menagerie is for the pure only.
They're drawing a lot of cards. I haven't got the things I want in my hand to deal with this, so I'm going to see if I can find them here. Not quite. Not quite at all. I can buff things in my hand, which is actually going to be quite good, I think. So I'm going to do that. They happen, you know. And then I could attack with this into this. Do I want to do that? I mean... yeah, go on then. Fuck it. I should have done that first, because then I could have drawn the card and still buffed it. And that's the card that I was looking for anyway, you fucker. Got everything in reverse there. We'll still be able to pull this around. I made a little mistake, so I missed a hand buff on that.
Need a bit more spice over here.
They're basically playing the same sort of deck I am, and I crafted mine my own. I didn't put Boogie Down in it. I'm considering putting Boogie Down in it. I'm not sure about Boogie Down. I cut Boogie Down, but they've got Boogie Down. Me, on the other hand, I've got this.
My heart is pumping. Put your faith in the light.
They can draw a lot of cards. I'm actually okay with them drawing a lot of cards, I think, because if they hit...
has the heart of a Kyrian.
Oh, that was a bit of a stinger, that one. I was going to say, if they hit end of their deck quick, and like they're filling their hand with these things, like surely they're going to have problems here. They've got 9 cards in hand. It's not going to be good for me with this Disco Maul. I think I might lose this now. I think this suddenly went fucked for me. Bit frustrating, but what can you do? I can remove some damage by dropping these two. I can hit this. I'll be on 5. They've got more than 5 there easy. I need taunts. I can't get to the taunts.
Should I?
Yeah, I'm dead now.
Your win, friend. I concede.
They got a bit more power on the board a bit quickly there with these two. And all that card draw did help them after all. And yeah, I've got to upload my video, so should I start that now and it'll take all fucking night? Leave my computer on all night, or do I just start it tomorrow and just leave it uploading tomorrow? I suppose I do it overnight, don't I? But I don't really want to leave the computer on overnight. How frustrating. When do you upload your 7-hour video? It's going to take forever. Bramble the Mountain King, you know, the game we played that was really dark, that's getting uploaded now as we speak to Super Chuffer main channel. It might as well go on the main channel. It's a special edition, we'll call it, you know, like a 7,000 subscribers special. I take you don't inherit 3 headphone stands from these Ds. I don't know. I don't know. I still didn't complete my quests, my daily quests. Death Knight, Demon Hunter or Druid. A little bit of gold. Like, there's always this sort of stuff going on in games like this, isn't there? A little bit of extra, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Oh, this week I was supposed to get my Fortnite skin of Eren Yeager as well. I shouldn't let that skin by. Shit, I should remember that. Need to play Fortnite with my sister this week. That needs to happen. Yeah, tomorrow's supposed to be my day off, isn't it? I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I was thinking, actually, there's this game that I like the look of. Make it bigger, come on. Use your brain, Scotty Otty. Make it bigger. And a game that I like the look of. So I was watching some of these chuffers playing it, look.
Yay!
I've got this now on my Switch, so I want to test the Switch before Zelda comes out. I want to do it on YouTube as well rather than Twitch. So I think some games actually suit YouTube rather than Twitch. I know it sounds weird because I was going on today about how Twitch is all the games, but something like this, which is slightly different, a bit more abstract, can do that as a one-off YouTube stream.
Is this like a ball pit? First to figure out how to get the balls out, right? Can I put more? Can we overflow it? Does it have to be those? Does the game know if Oh, okay, I only need 5? I thought it was all of them. Okay. Those don't count? Okay. Hmm? But I can't erase anything? And I can't shake it? Need an explosion. I did not see the number 5. I need a grenade. I need a grenade. Okay, sorry, I saw somebody write it in the chat. I just need to try. Okay. I need momentum, right? This is gonna block everything, but hold on, I'm just testing.
So you just sort of draw things and it's like puzzles. So I've got that. We can play that tomorrow on stream. I thought for my day off I'd do something chilled. But we're supposed to be talking about transgenderism this week. As I promised we'd talk about it. I don't know if I'm the best person to talk about it. I should get the New York Doll on. Is she on tonight? Oh, what's she doing? I need to get Ari on, don't I?
So visible to like the outside world and everyone, but sometimes you just don't have to give a fuck, you know? Sometimes you just have to be that sexy bitch.
So I don't know, like, you know, supposed to be talking about something. Now I'm uploading Bramble the Mountain King to the main channel there. That's going to take forever. So look out for that when it comes out. But otherwise, yeah. Just think about that. Don't worry. Yeah, I've got to... playing that would just be like a test for the stream. You know, like for the system that it works on the stream. Because I've not used this on my stream yet. So, because Zelda's coming. I even think Zelda might be a YouTube thing rather than a Twitch thing, actually, maybe. I don't know. Maybe both. No, maybe Zelda's definitely Twitch. Sarah says, thank you for talking about the beef on the chat and a live stream. You wanted to talk about it, yeah. I hope you found it was alright, my take on that, you know, seeing both sides in a way. Understanding that if I'd heard you say, like, imagine this, right? If I'd heard, I don't need to go over it now, but if I'd heard you say it and then I'd said to my next door neighbour, oh, I heard there was a Chinese restaurant and they killed cats, it gets into where it becomes like just everyone saying this bad thing about Chinese people and it kind of feels racist. But I know that you're not, like, as I've explained, like, I know that's not exactly how, but they perceived it in that heavy way. I'll tell you, now we're here as well, the worst, I didn't go on about it earlier, but the worst thing was that their response was to not own their own shit, wasn't it? When they pretended they didn't talk about Koreans and dogs, when they pretended they didn't, so they're prepared to have a pop, but they're not allowed to take it. And then when they said about British people and their teeth, like, that was racist. Like, they were like, oh, British people and their fucking teeth. I noticed one of the comments was racist. So it's all right to have a pop and say, oh, I don't like the way you've said this about Chinese people and cats, it's racist. But then to actually just be racist, like, the point you pointed out was they were being hypocritical. So, like, you can't have a reasonable discussion about whether you were or weren't trying to be racist, because they're just hypocrites anyway. Like, they're racists themselves. So it was just fucking weird. Like, I think in their chat, right, as well, I'll say this. Not that being said, I've got that being said on the screen now. You know, in their chat, in the New York City doll chat, I'll tell you what it is as well, is they're very sensitive, and she's kind of sensitive sometimes as well. I've mentioned this, I think, before. Like, you know, she's the main one, and if you're talking too much and, like, not paying attention, she might get a huff on. Like, not in a bad way, but, like, you know, she's out on the stream doing a thing, and then people are, like, you know, not interested. She feels sometimes, I could maybe imagine. I don't know, but I don't think she's a bad person, like, having a bad, you know, because some streamers get their huff on if you're talking. That's bad. You're allowed to talk. But the other people in chat as well, they were a bit sensitive to certain things, and it felt a little bit sometimes when I was talking about the in-group and out-group sociology earlier, like, to ingratiate into the group well, I just was really nice to everyone about everything. So I was surprised when they turned on me as well, because I'd never said anything like, you know, no, it was weird that Dai, I thought Dai might have been a fake character, and then there's this other level where I think there's people in the chat who make fake accounts trying to pretend to be other people. And there was a girl that was on there last night called Dee Dee, so I don't know what she was called, but she's one of the people that I know when she's on, she makes fake accounts to try and trash other people. So Dai might be really nice, and Dai might not have been in there last night, and it might have been fake Dai saying all this racist stuff, or I don't know, and then it's gaslighting, and then I don't know. So I don't know about that, but I do know that goes on in her chat sometimes. So it's a bit more sensitive, it's a bit more culturally, not just culturally, just them, that chat, you know, it's a bit more sensitive in those ways. I don't know how it proceeds in the future. Like, I'm prepared to just go back there and carry on having fun and, like, you know, assume they're just going to shut the fuck up about it, but, like, in future, I suppose it's just best to ignore them as well, because, like, although I don't really ignore, if people say bad things about me like I'm a racist, I don't want to ignore that. But then they want a bit of a rise and a bit of a thing going on, don't they? So the worst case scenario is they think they're getting a rise and we're getting all eggy. So that's not going to happen. Like, I'm not actually going to get that eggy. I just don't want them saying, like, it's a shame for me. It's, like, not very nice. But I don't need to get all eggy about it. It's more of a shame for them, because my response is very simple. Go and have a look at my channel and decide if you think I'm a racist. And then if people are like, oh, is he a racist? Is he not? They can go and have a look. And then that's good for me because they're looking at my channel, and it's good for me because I'm not a racist. So, like, no one could ever decide that I am. But if they say it in there as like a mean thing because they got the wrong end of the stick about something you said that I then said, I don't think she is a racist, then they were like, you know, that's on them. But yeah, in the future, we've had the conversation with them now, and they revealed that they themselves are hypocritical racists. So I'm not going to talk to them about it anymore, because why would I bother? Like, can you ever make them see sense? No. Will they ever admit that they were a hypocritical racist themselves? No. Like, if I typed it in, but you just said that thing about British people and their teeth, so you're now a hypocritical racist. They're going to say, oh, I realise that I'm a hypocritical racist myself. So, now it's time for me to say sorry. No, they're not going to do that, are they? So that's where that ends. Like, I think there was a feeling of a slightly cultural difference as well, like I said. I think in Britain and in our British, I'm not being like, well, Britain and our British, but, you know, where we're from, people say stuff and they take ownership of it a lot more on the internet. And where they're from, it seems that you can play a bit of a character and mess about on the internet a bit more and take less ownership of what you said and don't own your own shit. That's the way it felt to me last night. Like, they were more used to that, because they all did it. So, like, maybe they're all used to doing it. That's how they operate all the time. But we're not. Like, we sort of say our thing and stand by it. And they were like, oh, I didn't say that. Well, no, I'm not saying this. You said that, but you're not, but not me. I know we are, but what am I? So, like, if they're going to play that game and that's their world and their spin, and, you know, they just spin then, don't they? And they're just like, you know, thanks very much. I'll carry on going to Ari's streams and being nice. I might even, like I said, I'm going to try and get her onto this. The thing I was going to try and do was be nice in their chat, nice to them, make connections and friends, invite Ari on, and then say, why don't your audience come and watch our stream? Like, they're welcome. There's new people. We can join, you know, them to the group. Why don't some of my audience, like as you were there, go and watch her stream? So I'm helping her. Like, it's all positive, you know. I wanted to learn from her opinions on certain things. I don't want to treat her as just a token transgender to tell me about what it's like to be a chick with a dick. You know, I want to know all about it as well as her. But they soured it a little bit there, her chat. So I've got to be a little bit careful now to decide whether should I invite Ari on our stream and have them all come to our stream and, you know, see how they behave in our chat? Or will it cause problems, and do I have to be the negotiator with problems? And that's a shame for Ari in a way, because, you know, I still want her on the stream. But yeah, I'll go back to her streams and I'll keep watching them. We'll keep being there a little bit. And I just won't talk to those couple of people. If I have to block them, if they are mean to me, then I'll just simply block them and then just move on from that. I still have this bugbear in my mind. You know, I think if I were to say to Ari that, would you come on the stream and talk to me? I think she'd be up for that. And if I would say to her, look, I know you're not just a transgender person that represents every transgender, but we will have to talk about that, because, like, that's, like, you know, I say, we have to. We don't have to, do we? Like, I don't know. I feel really uncomfortable about treating someone like they are a, you know, you're my transgender person to give me the insight to that. Thank you very much. And what do you like eating for dinner? I don't care. Just tell me about having what it's like to have a willy. Like, you know, I don't. That's not right, is it? But you know what I mean. I think, yeah, a risky decision to have the fans in the chat. You like Ari yourself, yeah, exactly. But this is how we grow. I tell you, I think this is my approach to growth: is to establish legitimate connections within communities, explore ideas, reach people with different views, connect people around the world. Like, it's a general concept, isn't it? So I was hoping that was going to happen there, but it kind of fell apart a bit. Maybe if I'd have gone in a bit quicker and sooner, when things were going well and we were friends, and I'd just said, look, instead of me saying to all of you, go and watch her stream, I'd have just said, Ari, come on my stream, and then we could have gone on her stream from a different position. And I don't think they'd have been that mean then. I think they'd have been a bit more courteous. I wonder if they feel that there's a sort of competitive aspect as well for Ari's attention and for her love, and that the British BFFs are in now, and you know, British people are watching, and fuck you British people, and we're the best ones. I wonder about that, but I don't need to wonder too much, because that's their lives. I don't need to care that much. There's a lot of other interesting stuff on the internet. We've been looking at a lot of it today, haven't we? Like Fantasy Star, I've got to remember that's on the pin board. Angry Allen's had his airing. I've got a little cut to make from our stream. We've got plans for the week. Things we've talked about. We gave money to charity already this week, so that's good. Happy with that. Feels like it's been really eventful today. Oh, this is something I wanted to bring up. I haven't had it on the... was looking at it earlier. Didn't throw it in yet. Sign up to walk 60 miles in June. I don't know if I'm up... I mean, I don't know how many miles a day that is. Is that 2 miles a day? Some days you're going to have to pop in 5 miles. But Refuge Women and Children Against Domestic Violence, like that seems like a good charity. And walking is something that I actually do. I'm known for a bit of a walk. Me going out with the dog. 60 miles seems like an awful lot, but then again, it doesn't seem like, you know, you have to climb up a mountain or jump out of an aeroplane. You know, it feels like I could probably tolerate this challenge. I was thinking maybe of doing a fundraiser for that. That's on my list there, but I didn't end up talking about it today. We ended up doing all this other stuff. I'll have to look at that. I'll have to look into that. It's quite straightforward. You start a fundraiser, like, you know, you put in your details and you sign up, and then you've got a page, and then, you know, I encourage people to give money to the page, and then I walk all the miles. But we've got a bit of time before it. We've got a few days before we have to decide about that. I don't know exactly where I'd want to walk and how I would bring, because I'd want to bring you in on it. You know, I'd want you to be part of the walk, so we'd know in a way. Alan's done his little dog walk. I don't know if I could live stream the walks or something like that. I don't know if I've got the ability between now and then to set that up, but something I've been thinking about. Walking with Alan, yeah. Scott and Alan around, like, you know, like the hairy bikers. Scott and Alan around the world. Why don't we have Alan as the third wheel for Thus? Why don't we get Alan on as Thus co-host for 1 week? And me and Steve can just bounce off Alan and see how it goes. I think that'd be interesting. Like, if me and Alan never talk to each other on stream, I'll put this out there. If we and Alan never end up never talking on streams together, and the audience don't get an opportunity to see it, like, that's a crying shame, isn't it? Crying shame. It's going to end up being poker. You know it is. We all know it is. Because I tell you, the thing with the poker is, if he goes to a poker competition and I go, he can either back out or play. Like, he can't. What's he going to do? Like, you know, and if I'm there and he has to, you know, if I get to broadcast it or record it or whatever it is, you know, or I don't know, but that's the only time it's going to happen, isn't it? Me and Alan poker head to head. No, yeah, we just need to do a Scott and Alan show every now and then. I need to have him on as a guest every now and then. That'd be great. It always leads back to Alan. I'm interested to see how it plays out as well, the Alan thing. It's like we've got a bit of a ball rolling, isn't it? There's always something interesting happening around here, I tell you. Here, all of a sudden, you'll think. I do wonder, you know, I haven't made it part of my main channel content, have I? The Alan stuff, but it gets a lot of views on the B side there. I still think, like, you know, it's not worth elevating him into our main channel. Not doing an episode on him, you know. I still think it's not worth that unless we do a proper episode on him, you know, the A to Z of Alan or something. Unless we do a proper episode on him. It just me moaning about what he's done this week, that's not main channel content. It's just not good enough for me. But it's interesting that it gets a lot of views, isn't it? You know? I like the internet, right? I tell you what, some people, they don't know, is this channel I used to do, True by Norn ASMR. There's always someone somewhere watching one of my videos to help them sleep. Always. Like, my view count never goes to 0 here. It's not loads. The channel has not been live ever. The last video was uploaded a year ago, so it's not like I'm maintaining it heavy. But the most popular videos have got their hundreds of thousands of views, and there's always somebody somewhere watching one of these videos to help them sleep. Always. Maybe not that one, the diss track, but there's always someone somewhere watching. There's lots of nice comments, they still come in, and there's always somebody somewhere. Like, you can see the live view counts, you get the statistics in your analytics. There's always someone somewhere watching one of those videos to help them sleep. I don't get loads of money off it or anything. You know, it's a little bit. You know, it might be like £10 here and there, but it's nice, isn't it? It's just nice that there's always someone somewhere watching that. And the more I build up this content, the more, I won't bore you about like content creation too much, but having these different channels, having these different facets, the more I can't spin every plate hard every day. You know, I can't do a big stream on Super Chuffer and edit for Kanji Arts and do the cut for Super Chuffer for you and play Genshin Impact and do the B-side stream. And, you know, I can't do it all every day, but I push a bit here, push a bit there, keep it all brewing and growing and all that. Like, this is all going really well for me. I'm really grateful. I've got this one, and this one, monetizable, you know, up there, proper channels, going well, and following them up are these new 3. Yeah, things are going kind of well. Kind of grateful. And I'm also on Twitch here now, so this is also happening. Yeah. The internet's an interesting place. Don't all have to be doom and gloom, Alan. That's another funny one as well. You know, people in this battle between, you know, this battle of Chuffer and Alan. Some people have actually said, get back to the mainstream content, get back to the Nicola Bully, or get back to the, you know, the true crime. It's not that, is it? And I'm on the internet. I've got a channel, and my live content, the most popular stuff is the Nicola Bully stuff. Look, oh yeah. But if you scroll down to what's less popular, but it starts to become more varied, doesn't it? And as you watch tonight, you know, I'm a variety. I've got an interesting, lots of different. It's all good. So I'm not obsessed with Alan. I'm not obsessed with Nicola Bully. I'm not obsessed with myself. Just having fun. It shouldn't be too dark, should it? Everyone should be able to chill out, have fun. Don't need to be too dark, does it? Yeah, it's an evolution. You're right. I like to think we're on a sort of journey together. And the thing I remember was when the Johnny and Amber case was going on as well. When that was going on, I was watching this content going on, and I said to myself, look, I'm not going to make content about this because it could turn out to be domestic violence, and I don't want to be the one making, you know, made all these videos about it. But some of the people just streamed it, made their comment, streamed it, had interesting, the audience was growing, and they were bringing in people from different areas. And like one of them, Asmongold, it's outside his wheelhouse, but it's okay because he's on the internet, he's talking about stuff. And I thought, you know, maybe it wasn't quite to my taste for that exact thing, but yeah, like we're on a journey together. When something comes up in the media, or, you know, a big thing on the news, it's okay for us to all sort of talk about it, isn't it, together? Like, there's no rules here on the internet, and so I'm certainly not in some sort of box. That's never going to be the case. But the algorithm prefers it, doesn't it? And Alan obviously prefers it, but there's no narrow lanes here. It's on a journey together, you know. Don't worry about the people who are not, you know, supportive of that variety. I can also understand it. You know, if you turn up to a channel because you like that body language video, and next week they're talking about their favourite chocolate bar, you might be like, look, can you just fucking put chocolate bars on the other channel or some shit? Focus, man. Do you know what I mean? I can understand some of that aspect, so it's okay. As long as what they enjoy comes round, you know, is there. The other stuff should also be there. We should get somewhere. And hopefully, like I say, I feel like it's seasonal themes, like it's things that brew and grow. So the Northern Ireland Troubles we talked about today would be a good one. Transgenderism. You know, I want to have a sequence and a series of videos about something, get into a topic, have a good look at it, you know, bring in different eyes, different opinions, and then move through it to something else. So that's the general, that's what super chuffing is, I think. Having a good old chuff and a chat about stuff. I think we're on a good roll. And thank you very much for being here tonight again. You know, feel good. Don't be like, oh, people shouldn't listen to that. Like, they're all good, yeah. I think we're all good. You've been good. You've had a really good one tonight. You've been good. You know, it's late now for me and you. So, yeah, coming up on nearly 5 hours on this as well. Chuffing, eh? So be good. You have been good. I will see you in the near future, in the next stream and on. Main thing, if people want to know if I'm streaming, I'll say this at the end of everything for those that are committed. They already know though, is I tweet it when I'm about to go live, so that's a good place to, you know, keep up if I'm about to go live. And yeah, you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. Thanks for being here, really. Oh, thanks for being here. So you're not naughty, you're good.